to the Nebraska City Station, and near-term generation update. With respect to the enterprise risk management substation security, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege and the attorney work product doctrine, and involve the discussion of security for district and utility infrastructure information. With respect to the acquisition of land rights for energy production infrastructure project associated with and in proximity to the Nebraska City Station, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine, and involve discussion of security for district property and utility infrastructure information. With respect to the near-term generation update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves sensitive utility infrastructure information, confidential cost information, and potential resource acquisition strategies, the disclosure of which would disadvantage the district in future negotiations with potential contractors.
This motion requires a second.
Second.
Director Bogner,
Yes.
Director Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Director Court,
Yes.
Director Howard,
Yes.
Director Moody,
Yes.
Director Spurgeon,
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes. The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding 3 topics: enterprise risk management, substation security, acquisition of land rights for energy production infrastructure project associated with and in proximity to the Nebraska City Station, and near-term generation update. A motion and a second is required to reconvene in open session.
So moved.
Second.
Director Bogner,
Yes.
Director Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Director Court,
Yes.
Director Howard, Director Moody,
Yes.
Director Spurgeon,
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes. The motion to come out of closed session at 10:03 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to a discussion regarding 3 topics: enterprise risk management, substation security, acquisition of land rights for energy production infrastructure project associated with and in proximity to the Nebraska City Station, and near-term generation update. No votes or other board actions were taken during the closed session. Notice the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing the same in the Omaha World Herald, Oppd Outlets newsletter, oppd.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to the district's directors on April 14th, 2023. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and Oppd staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comment at the board meeting on Thursday, April 20th, which will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5:00 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events by going to oppd.com. Joining me today in person are fellow board members Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Matt Core, Sarah Howard, Craig Moody, and Mary Spurgeon. Director Janice Molhoff has an excused absence. We also have members of our executive leadership team, our general counsel, Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and Oppd staff. Additionally, we have 23 attendees in the meeting consisting of Oppd employees and members of the public. Today, we will hear the following committee reports: governance report from Director Bogner, finance committee report from Director Spurgeon, systems management and nuclear oversight committee report from Director Moody, and public information committee report from Director Howard. I think we're looking for a safety briefing. Yes,
Sorry, it's stuck. There you go.
safety briefing. Javier.
Great, thank you. And I'll mention before the safety briefing, the previous slide had a very noticeable gray square. And that is because we have joining us today for the first time as an employee. We have Cliff Fleener sitting behind on that side of the room. new Vice President of Sustainability and Environmental Affairs. His first day was yesterday, so that the photo is still, we're still working on the photo. So wanted to acknowledge why there was a gray square on the screen. On the safety, for a safety briefing, we, of course, always practice good safety. Want to make sure that we know where the fire extinguishers are in the room. We have one right there, you can see it, and we have a couple more outside the door. Josh, I didn't see you. Do you want to continue the safety?
Sure. Happy to do so. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to April's committee meeting. As President Hernandez mentioned, we do have a fire suppression material right in the back of the room. I have Oppd located just outside of the door there to the right. And then we have access to further first aid supplies down on the 7th floor where the security members are located. We are here today as we are every day, so happy to help in any way we can with anybody's needs. Also, in the event of any type of evacuation, we would ask you to go down the stairwell and into the first floor and evacuate for a fire, for example. In the event of severe weather, which thankfully we don't have to be worried about today, but if that was the case, we'd ask to use the stairwell again, going down in the basement where we would take shelter. Hopefully everybody will be able to enjoy the nice weather later today. It is beautiful outside. Also, if anybody were to need any type of assistance at all, we have several access points, either 911, Central Station, which is 3700, or any of our OPPD members here can also provide any of that help as well. The other thing that I would mention that is most of the times the best way to get us into the emergency room is trips and falls. So please be aware of any of those issues here in the room. We do have cords and whatnot. So just be careful walking and make sure that you do watch your step. And then finally, again, if anybody needs anything, we have plenty of security professionals here in the building, and we're happy to assist with whatever you need. So have a great meeting.
Thank you, Josh. And just to supplement that, for those who are relatively new or we haven't been in this building in a while, stairwells are located. There are two sets. One is located next to the elevators outside of this room, and then the other one is past the restrooms on the hallway. There's another set of stairwells. So important for us to understand how to evacuate the floor. Going into psychological safety, I'm going to focus on multiple perspectives this month. It is important for us to always try to look at what other perspective is not in the room that we need to consider. We have multidisciplinary teams at OPPD working on all of our major projects, and we do that for a reason. Of course, we need a lot of different disciplines coming in together, but also it's important for us to invite, not only have people at the table, but invite people to speak up. The presence of multiple perspectives in the conversation only makes the conversation richer. Doesn't mean that all perspectives will be considered at the same level. Sometimes we're wrong, sometimes we're not, but I think having those multiple perspectives at the table makes ultimately every decision and every project we move forward at OPPD much stronger. It is a key element, one of the 5 elements of having a psychologically safe environment at OPPD. Moving to the next slide, the focus for April is controlling hazardous energy. Very important for us when when our employees are working out in the field, out in the plants. We have a very strict, very specific process for lockout and tag out and hold order programs across the district. We are in outage mode right now. We have different units that have been in outage. We've been in outage mode for a few weeks now. It is important for us to remind our employees to always follow the procedure for lockouts and tag outs and hold orders, even if that means slowing down the work you're doing. And I want to just a big shout out to all of our employees. They've been putting in many hours over weekends, over birthdays and family events also, that we can have our plants back ready on time, but never compromising safety. As you all know, if you've lived in Nebraska long enough, having a severe weather plan is not a bad idea, especially now. We are expecting to have some storms, thunderstorms later tonight, perhaps with rain and potentially even worse. So it's always important to, whether you're working on a job site or at home, have a plan where you're gonna shelter in place, have a plan in your car, in your vehicle, if you're traveling and you're caught in the middle of a storm. It's always important to know what exactly to do in the case of a severe weather emergency. I mentioned earlier the fatigue issue. We continue to fight fatigue, especially as weather warms and our days stretch out. We individually at home, we tend to do more work, but also our employees are doing more work. it's important for us to always look at the fatigue issue and not overextend ourselves, because this could cause chronic problems going on. This is something that is reinforced there at every safety briefing every morning when we begin work at all of our facilities. And that concludes my safety briefing.
Great, thanks very much. The first committee report will be the Governance Committee. Director Bogner.
All right, thank you. The governance committee did not meet in April. However, we do have an item that we'd like to get clarity on the board right now. So during the September 22 board meeting, the board approved the 23 meeting schedule as recommended by the governance committee. That calendar indicates that the board may consider canceling either the June or July 2023 meetings. Per council, we don't require any formal board action to cancel these meetings, given the language that was used in the resolution, and public notice would be given through the normal process. But for planning purposes, both staff and board members would benefit from clarity on this. So unless there are any objections or concerns similar to prior years, we would plan to not convene an all committee board meeting in July. So I'd like to give you guys all the opportunity now to voice any objection or concern about that, both board members as well as the LT, and then we can move forward with that direction. Any questions?
I'm okay with either month, but would it be easier for management due to the College World Series? Does that create any type of a problem for you folks to have board meetings? College World Series, is that a problem?
No. Okay. But thank you for the consideration.
Sure. Okay.
We're used to it.
I'll remind you.
Director Bogner, to be clear, the suggestion is that we would not have the all committee Tuesday meeting or the board meeting Thursday, both of those in July, but we would have meetings in June.
Correct. Correct. I think your question was,
Yeah.
would it be better to cancel June meetings given
Yeah,
the
as opposed to the-
events that are happening downtown? And there's not really any need for that.
Thank you. Anyone else thoughts?
Good. So that's good.
You and your team?
Okay.
All right, Scott, do you guys need any further
No, we
information
will
from
take
us?
that for action and we'll notice accordingly.
Okay, thank you. That,
Can I just add to it? One of the things that we have to think about if we move things or projects that are, well, we have to work through that and understand what that means for approval items of that nature. So we would want to take that back to our team, that conversation if we were to shift.
So our teams have been planning for potentially a no July meeting, and that's important. We'll confirm. It is possible that then we may see a slightly higher volume of approvals come to us in June for, supply chain approvals, et cetera, or some that could be deferred from August. But that's one of the very important benefits of having monthly meetings is the timeliness for board approval on certain contracts. But we'll work around it and we'll make it work.
good. With that, the governance committee is.
Great, thanks very much. The next committee is the Finance Committee. Director Spurgeon.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Finance Committee held a pre-committee meeting on Friday, April 11th. Following a safety briefing, we briefly discussed how the pledged securities report should be delivered to us in future years. Earlier, it was suggested that this one-page report was delivered to us in February, be reported to us more simply by email. Following some consideration, the consensus of the committee members was that taking a little meeting time for this state-required report is appropriate and desirable. For items 2 and 3 that were on our meeting here, or excuse me, 3 and 4, we received information and recommendations regarding debt authorization and decommissioning trust funding, which everyone is going to hear about in a few minutes. Item 6, external auditor vendor selection, is another legally required responsibility of the board. We received information and a recommendation. The topic will be revisited by the Finance Committee and the full board around the August timeframe. So following a glance at the work plan and a summary of committee direction, the meeting was adjourned. Now let me invite CFO Jeff Bishop to proceed with the rest of the Finance Committee agenda this morning.
Thank you, Director Spurgeon. Right, first piece we'll talk about is the debt authorization. We'll have a resolution on Thursday seeking authorization from the board to issue debt for 2023. Again, this is in place to meet our capital program. Lots of materials to review. If folks had a chance to go through all of them in detail, I thought to provide some context before we jump into those. As it relates to specifically the ask that's in front of us for new money, is $504 million, obviously a large amount of money that we're talking about there. This was specifically asked for, and we reviewed it in detail as part of the 2023 COP. So if you remember back in December, November, and then in some meetings, we actually talked about it in October, and we've gone through and discussed in great detail what the need is relative to our 2023 COP as well as the associated financing. One piece to highlight relative to that is the COP allows us to authorize expenditures. It doesn't allow us to authorize debt. So that's why we're here today talking about this. But I would really highlight the deep process that the utility goes through 7-8 months pulling together our business plans, which then funnel through and develop into different elements and requests. Part of that being our capital program again, which is what we're talking about today. Since we've met with you and reviewed the COP and had that approved over the past 4 months, the team's been actively working. John and Thurber Trulis back there have been busily working with our financial folks, looking at the updated capital requirements. We meet monthly and go through that information so we have an up-to-date assessment of what our needs are from a capital perspective. They've also been really busy in the capital markets, work with our financial advisor Barclays, and then also meeting with different banks. So as we're out actively in the marketplace, working with the banks to better understand what's going on in the capital markets, what opportunities will be out there, how those market changes will potentially impact us. And we'll continue to work with them through the issue. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't say the work that we've been doing with legal. So QTech, we work with in terms of our bond and disclosure council, and then also Fraser's heavily engaged in that body of work as well. So what's the ask? As we look for the board to approve specifically the resolution here in 2 days, I'll walk through. We've got here on slide 11 specifically the data sheet, which highlights what's the request. It summarizes that. You'll see behind this roughly 145 additional pieces which walk through the specific resolution. So we'll stick to this if that's okay. But what the resolution allows is it authorizes or directs Javier Omaha to move forward with executing all the docs that are necessary to move forward with the bond issue. So the big items of interest would be the bond purchase agreement, the preliminary official statement, or POS, as you'll hear referred to. We'll work with our financial advisors that explicitly calls that out. Barclays, it'll be tax exempt debt, and it allows us to issue a total of $730 million up through December 31st this year. And again, we've looked to make sure that that meets our needs relative to cash flows and financing. And so with that, I want to take one moment just to talk a little bit about that forecast. Again, it's $730 million. We anticipate that we'll be out in the market November timeframe. And with that, again, the new debt would be $504 million. Large amount of debt, as we've talked about, that really ties back to our power purpose projects. Going to be staying in Bear Lake and Turtle Creek, associated transmission, some of the additional investment we're making in transmission distribution, and then also technology. The other piece that's in there, which wasn't originally in the COP, was a refinancing opportunity. So $222 million refunding, we're going to refund subordinate debt. Again, that has a net impact of 0 relative to our total debt level, as we'll capitalize that as senior debt versus subordinate, and it provides some benefits associated with that activity. That's dependent upon the market, and so we'll see how that plays out. The market changes over time, but that's our best view of what our needs are. Just some things to highlight as you're thinking about it. This is a cap not to exceed, so we can't go over the 730. If we do, we need to come back. We need to get it done by December 31st. And then again, I just reiterate the board, we're only going to issue what we do. So we continue to monitor specifically the cap activity throughout the course of the year. We meet monthly and spend quite a bit of time really scrutinizing what the capital requirements are for the organization. And so again, we will only issue what we need. Relative to, I think we've talked in detail with COP about the capital program. Again, I would highlight it is a robust ask. Does tell what the needs are relative to expanding the organization to meet our load growth, generation capacity needs, and to update our system, make it more reliable, and also provide better service to our customers. I will take a moment just to highlight a couple things. You'll remember that we paid down our debt 2016 through 2021. We were able to pay for all of our capital over that course of time with our operating revenues, things we were able to get from our retail revenues that was able to fund that those capital requirements. Since then, 21, 22, we've issued debt. We expect that was part of Power with a Purpose. When you're making large investments like that, it does require to be on the marketplace and does require us to issue debt to meet those needs. As it relates to structuring, look at this as 30-year debt, levelized payments over that period. Again, I just highlight why we do that. Well, it matches the useful lives of those assets. These are long-term assets. If you think about our gas plants, they'll be around for a long period of time. That allows us to really match the expenses associated with those assets with the benefits that are being received. And so just a little bit on the structuring side. Actions post-resolution. Obviously, we'll continue to monitor the capital markets, look at financial metrics monthly, looking at that information. We'll meet with the rating agencies. We're very fortunate with our AA, AA2 rating. That's a key for us to continue to maintain. We'll likely meet with them in the September timeframe back in New York in person. Our business, what's going on, and then when we meet issues, they'll actually give us a review of our credit transaction. So we'll continue to work with them very intimately. And then as it relates to the board, as we get close to issuing, we'll continue to keep you abreast of what's going on. After the pricing occurred, we'll advise specifically how we're able to perform. And then we'll also have an official opinion letter that comes from our financial advisor talking about specifically the elements of the transaction. With that, I'd ask if there's any questions. Again, I tried to highlight the key takeaways in terms of what's going to be asked of the board. The resolution that you'd be asked to approve and vote today. If there's a lot of different materials.
So Jeff, one thing that I would like for you to remind the board and the members of the public, how do we finance the rest of our capital program? You talked about the new money piece of this debt offering being associated with the new plants that we're building, the new Power with Purpose projects. Can you speak a little bit about how do we fund the remaining of the capital program? That is the sustain part of, hey, we continue to make investments on the assets we already have. We're not issuing debt for that. How are we funding that? Can you remind the public?
Yeah, thank you, Javier. So, as we specifically think about when you look at our annual request for revenue perspective, we have inherently built in there a certain level of retail revenues that are utilized to fund our ongoing capital program. We really try to match that up as we think about our depreciation expense. That's a good barometer of the value that's going away relative to your existing asset base. You want to make sure you're maintaining that. So in general, we try to make sure that we're able to fund that via our operating revenues. And if there's things above and beyond, for example, like we're talking about Power with Purpose, we would be looking to go out to the marketplace to fund that. So again, built into your rates is a certain portion that's associated with just funding that ongoing operating cash flow or maintaining our existing assets. Thank you. Questions?
We have a strategic directive about debt service ratio. Any comments there?
Yeah, so consistent with the COP, we've seen that continue to increase. So I believe we went from 64 to 55.7.
No, that's
Sorry, 2.0. 2.0.
Sorry, 2.0.
That one.
Yeah, no, that's obviously a piece of the plan too. It's one of the metrics we utilize between days cash on hand and service coverage. Those are really the key pieces that we utilize to determine exactly when we're going to be out in the marketplace. And that's what we try to fine tune as well. Think about, do we need to go out to the marketplace in November, December? That's one element that comes into play.
I guess more specifically, $730 million is within keeping us in alignment with 2.0 debt service coverage ratio.
That will not impact.
And I will double down on that one. It's this debt service, but virtually every financial planning that we're doing today, what we're forecasting the next 5 and 10 years, the 2 times debt service coverage ratio is one of the anchoring assumptions that we have on everything. So, thank you.
That is it, yeah.
And you mentioned this is a large debt authorization request. Can you remind us previous debt authorization requests? Is this the largest we have ever had? How does this compare to previous authorization requests?
Yeah, since I've been here, I think last year was 420 million. Trying to think before my time, Javier, was through CFO or.
So in the past 6 years, by and large, and I'm not gonna get into the details, but by and large, we have been refinancing, replacing existing debt. We haven't really issued debt for new money purposes, generally speaking. So those offerings were in the $200 to $300 million range. These would be the largest debt offering that we've ever had, and it really ties to the large growth we're having in the district, and the 2 new generation stations that we're building today that really requires us to put in our capital. We've been saving for this. We've been saving our financial health for this time. We've been lowering our debt to capitalization ratio for years, and all of that was because we knew at some point we were going to have to deploy that financial help, and that's coming in the way of additional debt offerings.
Great, yeah, lots of new growth, and this is the tool to help us make that happen.
Thank you. Should we move on to-
Trust. Sure, yes, the next item.
Yeah, we'll move on to the
Decommissioning
decommissioning trust. So we'll have a resolution to discontinue our funding for the decommissioning trust for retail revenues. John's gonna come up and walk you through the chronology of the history that's gone on and what's the request relative to the board. This is really a good news story. So I want to take a moment just to talk about that. And I was reflecting on this, going back to when we first, the OPPT and the board committed to funding decommissioning 1983, 40 years ago. Wow. So when you think about all the work, the efforts that have gone in to make that happen, it's pretty fantastic that the board management have continued to make that funding happen over the course of time. One item that we really don't want to get lost here, and I was hoping we've got Troy here, but also Tim Yulee. It's kind of this relative to the amount of work that needs to get done, the costs that are incurred to decommission, and then also the funding. We're going to focus a lot into the funding piece. So hats goes off to the utility operations teams who have really made that happen in terms of coming on relative to the total cost of. It's been fantastic. It's risky work, right? There's no playbook out there, cliff notes on how you do a project. They've done a fantastic job to bring that across the line. So I also want to call out legal in terms of the ongoing work that we've support that's been received relative to the dispute with the Department of Energy and the work that's been going on in that perspective to receive fuel funding to successfully get it. So with that, John, I'm going to pass it over to you to walk us through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Vice President Bishop. And as Mr. Bishop indicated, this is really a good news story. What we're going to be asking you to do is actually accelerate the ending of funding for decommissioning from rates, because we have another source of monies coming in that will help fund for this. And so it's really a good news story for us. Next slide, please. As Vice President Bishop mentioned, we actually have started funding for decommissioning back in 1983. That was before any kind of requirement to do that. It was just prudent. We knew it was going to be expensive to decommission Fort Calhoun. And so we actually started holding funds back in 1983. The NRC came out with rules in 88 and 89 that kind of required process to fund decommissioning. And we started using that NRC required process in 1990. We moved the funds that we had accumulated to that new fund in 1990. Well, in 92, we knew the NRC process wasn't going to completely dismantle the whole facility at the site. And so we had a study that was completed in 1992 that looked at the total cost of decommissioning, those costs above the NRC required amounts. And so we started funding those additional costs in 1992. If you're familiar with what we call our supplemental decommissioning fund, that's when that was started. So we've been doing this for a long period of time. So what is the process that we go through? We actually develop a process. If you remember last month, we talked about our retirement plan and the actuarial process we go through. Really, it's very similar to that for our decommissioning plan. We go through really an actuarial process to determine almost the annual required contribution that we need to make into our decommissioning plan. We look at future contributions. We look at projected earnings rates on the funds. We look at projected decommissioning inflation rates, and then also obviously the decommissioning expenses going forward. We accumulate that in a model, and then that tells us every year what is the annual amount that we need to contribute into our decommissioning fund to make sure that we're fully funded by the time decommissioning is over, or by the time we need to have the funds for decommissioning. And our plan had been to make sure that our fund was fully funded by 2025. That's when the major work at the facility will be done. So current status on the funds, and these are actually as of the end of 2022. If you look at both of our funds, both decommissioning funds, we had about $535 million in those funds. And if you look at our estimated remaining costs through 2020, through 2060, we had $685 million. So we were short by about $150 million. Now, obviously, we're going to be getting earnings off of those funds, and so that was part of it. We also had a few collections that we needed to make over the last couple of years. And so for this year, we had estimated about $74 million was the amount that we needed to put into our decommissioning fund from rates that we put as part of our corporate operating plan. And that was the process that we started. One thing, though, that has changed, and it's really been a good news story, is that we're getting some additional funds in beyond what we contribute from rates. And those are amounts coming from the Department of Energy. The district, as well as all the other nuclear generating stations, previously paid the DOE for the anticipated disposal costs associated with nuclear fuel. Since the DOE failed to develop a long-term disposal solution, the spent nuclear fuel must be stored on site. That's what we do right now in our spent storage facility. Been here for a few years, you may have seen that, the work that we've done on that. Because we paid the DOE for that, they're responsible for those storage costs. So what we do is we submit, we've been doing this annually now, an amount of what those costs are that we are incurring that the DOE should be paying for. The district received its first reimbursement from the DOE associated for spent fuel storage costs in 2021, and those were for costs incurred in 2017 through 2019. And then we've also recovered costs for spent fuel storage in 20 and 21, and we've done that in 22 and 23 actually. And so we believe, and now we've got a history of recovery of these DOE costs. And so when you look at that, if we include those costs into and those recoveries into our plan is really overfunded, and that's where we're at right now.
And if I may interject,
Yes.
John, really quick, there was really never a question about the recovery of these funds. I think the question was the timing of this recovery. Whether those reimbursements would occur many decades from now or they're occurring today, that was less known at the time, and the district took a conservative approach, and we assumed that recoveries would only happen much later in time, and we would fund the fund today with rates. And I think what John is pointing out today is that empirical evidence tells us that we can now more confidently assume that those reimbursements are coming earlier rather than later, and it significantly changes the financial picture of the
It
fund.
does. Go to the next slide. When we begin to incorporate those DOE reimbursements into our analysis, what we actually updated our model. We included the first 3 months of contributions that we've made from rates. That's about $18.5 million in total for the first 3 months. We included the recovery from the DOE of $5.5 million. And then we projected DOE recoveries, and this was based off of suggestions from our decommissioning folks at Fort Calhoun on what these amounts should be. We estimated between 46 to 81% of what we submit would be recovered by us through the DOE. When we did that, we flip to the next slide, the model showed that we were going to be overfunded. And in some ways, very significantly overfunded if we continue to make contributions coming through the revenue fund from rates. And so we've actually tried to stress the model to say, okay, what happens if we have higher inflation rates than we're projecting, or we have lower earnings rates? In fact, what we did was we actually put our earnings rates to 0, and it still showed us as being overfunded. And we essentially almost doubled our inflation rates, and it still showed us being overfunded. So we went through a number of modeling iterations, and it still showed us being in an overfunded state, assuming that we continue to make contributions from rates. We also went through a probabilistic look at this, where we went through what we call a Monte Carlo simulation, which varied the decommissioning expenditures, it varied the earnings rates, the inflation rates. It also varied the contributions from the DOE. And through that, there was a very high probability that we would be fully funded. The only time that we really weren't is essentially when we ended up near 0 as far as recoveries from the DOE. We have, because now we're assuming DOE recoveries, we're putting those amounts into a fund. That has to happen in the future for us to be fully funded.
So let me pause here,
Yes.
because that's going to be an important discussion later on. Under this stress scenario, we are counting on certain rates of inflation and certain rates of earnings, but especially probably the most important assumption we have in there are recoveries, reimbursements from the DOE. We don't have any reason to believe that those would change, but if they do, and we stop depositing funds into the fund today or starting this month, what would happen if in the future, in the next few years, a future OPPD board is faced with the challenge of, hey, the reimbursements from DOE stopped or significantly shrunk? Then the board would have the option to then reinstate recovery from rates and depositing into the decommissioning fund. So this is not a ship has sailed type of resolution or ask from the board. The board would have the opportunity then at that point to make changes into the funding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Steve? Okay.
That's correct. So our recommendation is that we discontinue our monthly contribution into the decommissioning fund from revenues. It's a little over 6.5 or about $6.158 million a month that we're doing in 2023. That our annual contribution would replace our monthly contributions, and that annual contribution would essentially be the equivalent of what we recover from the DOE each year. We will continue to do an analysis every year like we always do to make sure that our current projections indicate that we're going to be fully funded with our decommissioning process, and that the remaining budgeted amounts that we have that we're not contributing to the decommissioning fund is approximately $55 million. Those will be used for other district needs. We don't know yet what those are going to be, but obviously, we just mentioned a huge debt issuance package. There's always things that we can look at, that we can spend money on with all the activities that we have going on. So
Also, let me just chime in here. We have a corporate operating plan that is really guiding our expenditures. And so what would happen here if the board approves these? And we can talk about why we need the board to approve the resolution in a minute. But these, in my conversations with Chair Williams and with CFO Bishop, we would definitely, these additional funding that no longer would have to be deposited into the decommissioning trust fund would be used for a capital program this year. Whether it is to pay for capital projects that we have right now, or to lower the issuance of debt that we will issue next year. Either way, it goes towards our capital program. If at the end of the year, we end up with any monies that are in excess of the 2.0 debt service coverage, then as has been the board's practice in the previous years, those funds go into the decommissioning and benefits reserve account, which would ultimately go to, after a process, it would go down to contribute towards our pension. So capital funds first, pension fund next. So John made it sound as if we have other uses, but it's really, we have a very specific use for these funds. And it's what this is allowing us to, frankly, it's we have capital projects that we've been pushing out and deferring as much as we possibly can while we are funding decommissioning. This is really allowing us to say, okay, decommissioning is done. Let's move in all these capital programs, projects that we have going on, that it's really replacing the power generation we lost from Fort Calhoun, and we're now adding more generation. So there's a process, and it's all governed through the COP.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question there? Is the speed of the capital program deployment, is that tied to the funding ability, or is that specifically tied to other things? I mean, is funding a constraint on the capital program? Is the funding available through the COP a constraint on the capital program now, or do we have other things, SPP, SPP, GIA, that kind of stuff that is more controlling of the pace at which we're carrying out capital projects?
Yeah, the latter, sure.
Okay.
It's people too. So it's not only just about money. Part of our capital program, the way we set it out, it's considering not only financial resources, but people resources. What will likely happen here is we may be able to accelerate a few projects. Most likely, this cash would help us and defer or obviate the need for additional debt that we can just use.
So just one quick item, why does this need to come to the board? So we're unique in the fact that we got regulatory accounting. When we put the COP, in order for us to get regulatory accounting, what that allows us to do is recognize the expense when we put the funds. That does wonders relative to how we control those costs and how that impacts our financials. In order to maintain regulatory accounting within the COP, we specifically call out the amount of revenues as well as investment income that go to fund our decommissioning costs. And as a result, we've said there's $75 million associated with retail revenues related to decommissioning costs. It's called out in the resolution. In order to maintain a regulatory accounting, we need to simplify the resolution down, which is what we're blocking. So a nuance with the county, but piece important for our financial health is working off the street. So that's the nuance that why we're required to seek resolution, modify the COP approved.
May I ask a clarifying question about that? So on that same note, is it not a requirement for us to clearly indicate what bucket this 55 will go into instead?
No. In terms of where the $55 million would go relative to our use.
So we are only authorized whatever is authorized in the COP. So the COP is really what's allowing us to guiding us on what are we gonna spend money on. the COP envisions the issuance of debt up to, and I think this, the resolution that we saw in the previous item was up to $730 million. That's where we have the immediate flexibility to say, well, up to, it could be less than that and avoid, if we issue less debt, then we avoid having to pay interest on that debt because we have funds in hand this year. Absent board action, really, it all goes down to the COP, the corporate operating plan.
Because I just have, and I'm not really sure how to reconcile this, I have no problem with the resolution of saying we're gonna stop adding funds here. But I don't like them just floating out here without like specific direction. So is there anything that we can add to the resolution that clarifies? I mean, you just talked about capital operating programs, but in the past, we haven't seen that COP number come to fruition in a given year for a variety of reasons. So, you know, like we're not, generally, I have not seen the track record where we are saying, okay, we're spending so much on capital projects and we plan to do this and then we've executed that plan. We've generally been under that number over the last few years.
Last year was an exception, but we've hit our capital program pretty much every year since I joined the company.
Okay.
But your point is,
So, I mean, so I guess I just want, I just feel like I feel like we need something here that's specifically saying that these dollars are gonna go into our capital program. And if not used there, then they go these other places. Like, is that something that we can add to the resolution? I just don't, I feel like right now, these dollars are just
There's
maybe not gonna be accounted for. And I guess I just wanna, I mean, they're accounted for. I'm not trying to
Right.
imply something nefarious here. That's not intention, sorry. That's, I'm just,
Yeah, they remain a part of the corporate operating plan, which has been approved by the board, was approved in December. So they remain there. So legally speaking, there's no need to specify anything further with regard to the use of those funds, you know, based on this resolution. That's not to say that you certainly can do that, but there's no legal requirement that you do.
But I think it's a smart idea just to signal, you know, internally we're saying we use it for capital and then pension. But I think it's a smart idea to signal to the public that that is our intention, or at least that's been the expressed intention.
so let me, in the spirit of red teaming here, great, and I fully appreciate what you're saying, and that is truly the intent. It is also possible that throughout the rest of the year, we may have opportunities to accelerate hiring of additional employees, of additional linemen, of additional FTEs. We could, depending on market conditions and depending on financial advice from our CFO, we could use some of those funds to accelerate building the workforce that we have. That's not necessarily capital. It may ultimately end up being categorized as capital, but not immediately. That could be an operating expense. So we could, the board can spell out exactly how, in which order. My request would be, if we stick to the corporate operating plan, we have laid out, we have a robust discussion about what are we gonna do. You would give us the flexibility to use those funds in the best possible way, whether it's an operating expense for people who may eventually work on the capital program, the actual capital project itself. And I understand that's a trust issue, but it's something that is well specified, and I feel comfortable that we've had a robust discussion about what are we gonna do in 2023, and we've had a really good track record about we stay within our means. There have been times in the past when we've had to spend more money than was originally approved, and we have to come back to the board and explain what. So I as a CEO don't feel the need for the board to give us more direction than we already have in the COP, but it's certainly, of course, the board's prerogative. You can add more direction.
But I think to that, I agree with you. I think to your point, I mean, we're doing this sort of mid-year, right? Like this wasn't anticipated when we approved the COP 6 months ago.
Right.
So like, I don't know that we as a board need to provide that level of specificity given the COP is already approved and essentially being modified in the moment. I mean, if the itch that we need to scratch is communicating to the public how we likely intend to use it, I think there are other ways to do that outside of a resolution.
And what are those ways?
I mean, we've got a huge communications team that I think can put it in press releases and different other ways.
And we would, so hypothetically speaking, if we were to hit a, knocking on wood here, but if we were to hit a weather event that required us to purchase more fuel, like we did a few years ago, then the financial folks, the financial team would have an opportunity to discuss and debate, hey, how do we fund this additional expense? When that comes, then that information comes back to the board, because we would exceed our already approved expenditure authority. And we would ask the board, hey, we need to expand our expenditure authority by this much because of these funds. We would at that point say, how are we planning to cover the deficit? Well, it's either through reserves or reserves that have been created by these additional funds, or we may need to do an adjustment in rates. That's typically the process that we would go through. Absent a major event like the one I described, then we stay the course and we continue to work on the COP. The board would likely hear, the board would hear from staff when we go out and issue debt, whether or not we were able to lower the debt issuance because we had these funds available, and then the debt issuance was lowered by X $1 million. So those are some of the mechanisms that we would use to report back to the board on how are we funding and using this additional freed up cash capacity that we have in this year.
So all of the capital program that was outlined in the COP does have appropriate funding included in the COP prior to this change, correct?
Correct.
I guess my interest is the frequency with which we've heard about other projects that were contingent on external grant funding in the area of innovation and market transformation. And if this is an opportunity to find some things that we didn't already anticipate being able to deliver, but that now we might be able to. And a bunch of those projects have been contingent on relatively smaller dollar amounts. And so I'm curious if this is an opportunity to find things that we did not have identified previously, but that now we do have the ability to move forward because we have the funding available that was not anticipated at the time when we outlined the capital program associated with the 2023 COP.
And that's exactly why we'd like to keep the funds available, just for the uncertainty, especially as we think about the IRA, the ability to own projects now.
Sorry, maybe I spoke, I didn't mean uncertainty. I mean proactively finding things that we might like to do rather than waiting and responding to something else, because we already have mechanisms to respond to other things. But in the event that we have, again, unanticipated funding available for things that we have previously had contingent on a few $1 million grants, I mean, it feels like there are things that we could advance that were not in the COP. What were the next things that didn't make the COP capital program in 2023 that we might now be able to carry forward because we have funding available?
And we will look into those. I'll remind the board and the public that the money is not the only constraint here. It would be people. I'm looking at our chief operating officer. Even if we had that additional money, getting people to that work would be a significant hurdle. But it definitely presents more opportunity than less opportunity. So having this flexibility helps us look into other projects or programs. I would be remiss if I didn't call out our reliance on workforce. That is a big constraint.
And that's exactly what we discussed when this first surfaced, was what do we do with these funds? Do we prescriptively put them in a specific location? What do we do with them? And we talked about the fact that it's a new element coming out of the COP mid-year, but ultimately we've got different things to look through relative to, as we talked about, potential ownership of assets moving forward. Let's not pre-prescribe exactly what those dollars need to be. Obviously, we'll take very good fiduciary responsibility of those dollars and apply them appropriately and inform the board. But I do highlight, just in terms of the uniqueness of the situation we find ourselves in, not only with the funds, but as it relates to new opportunities that are out there relative to the IRA, and specifically when we look at the generation needs that we've got, the things that we're considering, there's a lot in the works that we need to come, consider before we move forward on specific goals.
If I may, and maybe I think this is a great conversation. We find ourselves in a fantastic position. I don't expect us to have to do this again, once in a lifetime for a utility. So what I offer is, because this is happening halfway through the year and it was not anticipated in this corporate operating plan, it's putting us in this situation right now. What we can do is come back and commit to reporting back to the board sometime after the summer months. The summer months are big volatile months. It will coincide with the time when we issue debt, or we'll be very close to issuing debt. We can commit to come back to the board and give a report out by our CFO on, hey, where are we? How have we issued, or how have we used these additional funds, or expect to use those additional funds for the remaining of the year? If that satisfies the board, I think that will be a good practice, something that I don't expect these to do this every year, but this specific year, because it's happening halfway through the month and it's such a significant positive news, we can come back halfway through the year and add that mechanism of accountability. What is the plan? What have we done? And how eventually this is going to shape the 2024 COP. So going back to the board in the August, September timeframe might be a really good investment of our time. It will shape the decisions for the next year's COP, if that's acceptable.
That sounds like a reporting mechanism. Is there a proactive mechanism where the finance committee might discuss ahead of time, or is this receiving information only?
Well, I would perceive that we can talk about possibilities that may be available within the finance committee, and other directors should be interested, feel free to feed us thoughts and questions. What I'm hearing CEO Fernandez say is that summer is a volatile time. And we have been so lucky this past year and so far. Who knows what weather events are going to happen? Who knows what the utility is going to be confronted with? Might not be such welcome news as this is. And so to just be thinking about that. But keep this so that we can see really what is the best use of those funds in the end of the year timeframe or in preparation for next year. But certainly, I would think the finance committee would be a great place to talk about that, and some of the other committees as well.
Our rate stabilization fund is fully funded or a couple below, right?
Our rate stabilization fund is fully funded today. There's a discussion about whether it's the right size or not, so that's
okay.
But our pensions.
Where our pension is in.
Pardon?
Our pension is.
No.
That's true.
And is this the, checking forward, you had mentioned the previous anticipated contributions to the trust from the general rate-based revenue. Does that extend, did the previous expectations extend beyond 2023?
Yeah, the idea would be that we would use the DOE funding amount, a much smaller amount than in 24 and 25.
originally we were planning to fund the fund through 25th, somewhere in 2025. So what we're doing here is shrinking that time frame until today. So we're
2 years early.
So the remaining budget contribution amount of 55 million is for the COP 2023, but this implies that this will leave additional flexibility in 2024 and part of 2025 as we go into that COP process, which I believe is
for us to
beginning
continue
now.
on that. And at that point, we would have then a robust discussion. We will likely then what we propose, I can almost guarantee you that it will be all capital. It's with the.
Sure.
But we'll have that officially codified in the 2024 COP.
Any further questions?
Can I just make a comment on bullet 2? There, it sounds like we are kind of going on to a matching with the Department of Energy, their fundings. And as I noted, they're like sometimes it's 40%, 50%, that the big spread, neither of which equals 100%, but with the matching funds, as it were, then well, it's like a level payment plan. We're either going to be a little below or a little above when it all comes out of the wash. Seems like a really good way to manage this, and great work modeling all of that planning. Seems very thorough to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to extend the thanks of the Finance Committee and all of us, I think, to Mr. Bishop and Mr. Thurber and all of their teams. They and to our legal partners as well, Treasurer Stryker, for all of their wisdom and input to make this all work out well.
Thank you for that. And if I may also, a gigantic shout out and thank you to Tim Euling, our Senior Director of Multiple Commissioning, our former Vice President of Energy Production, Mary Fisher, and Tim Tolkien from the Fraser Stryker Law Firm. Those three individuals were critical in designing the strategy for recovery and early reimbursement of these funds. And I would be remiss if I didn't call them out, because we wouldn't be able to have these fantastic conversations today had it not been for the work that these three individuals did a few years ago. So thank you.
Yes, and for Mr. Euling's continued excellent supervision of the decommissioning process at Fort Omaha. Thank you very much. Chair Williams?
Okay, that concludes the Finance Committee. So next would be Systems, Director Mooney.
Let's do it. The System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee met on April 5th. Feels like quite a while ago. If you go to the next slide, Aaron, the agenda, you've got it in diligent. All of these items have been or will be discussed by us, so I don't necessarily need to go into the details on any of them for purposes of the chair report. I'll leave space just in case anybody has any questions and wants me to connect those dots to elsewhere in the agenda, but otherwise they're all up there. So let's move on. Mr. Vi, you've got 3 items for us that are going to be action items on Thursday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Debating whether I was going to need my glasses once I got up here. So more often these days. All right, this first item we have up is for Nebraska City 1. It's reheat or outlet material. Before I get into it, just for clarity, we are seeking that the board reject proposals that were received, allow the organization to negotiate. Go into why that is here in just a minute to point out. First, what this piece is we have a closed loop steam system in the facility. There's a section called the reheat, which is it's reheat. And so think about a very long pipe that carries this steam within the generation facility. And so we've had some recent inspections. Part of our normal mode of operation from an asset management standpoint is to look at key equipment, especially those that are single points of failure within a generator, and identify the extended condition of those assets. What kind of state are they in? When might we want to replace those? And after the last inspection, we deemed that this is something that we need to start working on replacing. It is the original equipment, so it was there when the generator was put into service. So it's been a good piece of equipment for us and continue to last. And I do want to highlight too that this particular RFP is just for materials needed. Later on, we come back with a separate contract labor. So this is just materials. We had 2 proposals that were received. Both were deemed to be legally non-responsive. We saw significant commercial exceptions and a lack of willingness to hold the bid open long enough to go through this process with the board. So we're starting to see those type of activities just a little bit more. And if you think about some of the things we've talked about in the past, volatile commodity prices, labor markets that are difficult, that leads these suppliers to be less willing to hold open bids for longer periods of time. So with that being the case here, we are asking for authorization for us to be able to go back and negotiate. I will state that the estimates the engineers had was very close to the offers. We just need to work through timelines and T&Cs, the commercial pieces of the contract to make sure that we we're comfortable with whatever risk we may need to take during the process. I'll open it up to questions.
So do I understand you to say that the lack of, the inability to accept these proposals is based on their supply chain, their constrictions, their, like, it's not like, oh, we really don't want the work, it's, we're concerned about being able to get the work done.
That's what we're not having those direct conversations with them. What I'm alluding to is that's what we're seeing in the marketplace as we've gone out over the past 2 years. It's a different place than it was before COVID. And we still see some of those concerns, you know, and we've talked to other builders, suppliers, and they're seeing very similar things. We like it when we can go through a normal post bid process. It's clean, it's easy. In this particular case, we have to work out some things. We need to be able to consecrate a contract.
Sure, you had 2 bidders. Is that what we had expected, or is that fewer?
Usually we like to see a few more,
Yeah.
Especially for something that's piping. It's not as specialized equipment as some of the other parts of the generator. Usually we see a bit more. But again, like I feel comfortable, we can come to some conclusion that's reasonable. Prices are in line, we just have to work out.
So technically it seemed fine. It was legal.
Does,
Okay.
comfortable with the 2 providing us.
Got it.
Offers that they have the capability.
Okay. So colleagues, we've got the letter from Scott Edom and we've got the letter from Mr. Bruckner on this. Any other questions? Okay, let's keep going.
Next item. All right, we've got some expansion going on in the Bennington area, and this helps support that. This is a contract for galvanized steel transmission and substation structures. We have some new substation, but what this is kind of a rebuild of an existing line that's already there. So it's not new, which are just generally tends to be an easier project because you're just rebuilding what's already there. This facility that's in place, I think, is 60 years old, so it's been a while. But this helps also support the growth and resiliency that we need in this part of our service territory. We saw 5 proposals were received. All 5 were legally responsive. Only 1 was technically. Another instance where we'd like to see more in that particular space, but I will say that this particular bidder that did meet it was one of the more aggressive bids, and so we had a good cost associated with it also. What caused the others to fall out from a technical standpoint is some technical deficiencies, so they left information out of the bid, and several couldn't meet the actual date itself. So back to the comment earlier, there's lots of demand for electrical equipment. It's taking longer to get some of this equipment, so we see that showing up in some bids. But in this case, we had a very solid company, Myers. If you remember, I recently came and had an approval, I think it was last month, for some other equipment inside of the substation from the same provider. They're top 3, they're very large. So if you think of some of the other companies that provide this kind of steel for transmission, they would be one of the top 3 in that particular case. So we feel very good about their ability to execute. And their offer price was very close to the engineer's estimate in this particular case. So we're seeking the board's approval to award this to Meyer.
But there was a news story the other day about the Douglas County engineer was talking about how inadequate the road system is in the northwest part of the county, particularly in the Bennington area because of the growth. Are we seeing quite a bit of construction from our end that's forecasted due to this growth in that area at all, or is it just kind of par for the course?
It's our whole system that's growing. It's not just, every time I come back, you'll see the next items, Washington County. So like, we just have growth all over the service territory. Bennington's, we've definitely seen some pretty significant growth in that particular area in the past couple of years. Lots of subdivisions really popping up. And as you mentioned, we also have a lot of road projects, which the joy of those is we get to move equipment around as they expand and change directions of the roads. So add that with the other expansion we have going on, it keeps us pretty busy.
Thank you, Mike. Other questions? Hearing none, let's go to number 3.
All right, this next item is for a transformer. I think we have a picture of it we would show in case you're curious about it. Fun fact, it's about 300,000 pounds, so pretty good sized piece of equipment. And so this is another item where we're looking for the board to reject the proposals received and for us to be able to negotiate a contract. And I wanted to start out and say, usually with these transformers, large transformers, they're very long lead time. They have some specifics around them. So generally in the past, we've come with these type of contracts that allow us to purchase one immediately and then have the option to purchase more in the future without having to go through a renegotiation process with the vendor. And, you know, I would say that what's been interesting about the transformer market is we're having to plan 50% to 100% longer than we have historically just to get in the production cycle. So it's been quite challenging in that space, but our engineering team has showed up well. Our supply chain group has really helped us out. This first transformer that we would be looking to purchase would be a near Blair, and it's mainly for residential growth. There's a little bit of commercial, but it's pretty much the residential piece that's driving the need for additional transformer. The desired contract again would be 1 year with the ability to re-up it as we go in time. Usually these contracts have an index tied to commodity prices. So if the price adjusts as inflation goes up and down in these particular cases. The desired delivery date is March of 2025. Seems like a long ways off, but we're pretty tight in this particular space, which is why we need to move forward and start negotiating this, because the time it takes to complete the contract and the time it takes for a manufacturer to provide this piece of equipment is pretty long. And so if the board allows us to, we would like to negotiate direct bidders. There's definitely two to three of these bidders that we know have the capability of producing really good products. We know that we've had good experiences with them in the past. We'd start having these conversations with them to solidify this in the near term. As you probably saw, prices were a little higher than our engineer's estimate. We were guessing around 2.5 million. We're seeing closer to 3 million on responses. We would also kind of walk through that and understand what's driving some of the cost differentials as we go through the negotiation process. So with that, I'll open it up. Questions?
You mentioned price being higher than expected. I also see the technically responsive. I apologize if you talked about this already, but everyone was not technically responsive.
Yeah, missing data, not hitting delivery dates. There was a lot of pieces that fell into that.
Okay, yeah. So I know we have talked about delivery dates in the past. I guess I don't want to get too specific on the individual proposals there, but is that a driver of not? I mean, there are other technical items outside of the delivery date that made them non-responsive.
It could be missing information, bids that aren't completely filled out. There's a lot of things that can drive that need. And you know, I think we provided in the board materials some details as to what are some of those if you want to read into it further. But you know, it's one of those things, just like some of the other contracts that I brought to the board. There's a lot of work going on out there, and some of the due diligence isn't quite as sharp as it used to be, which requires us to have to go back and have additional conversations to make sure that we have a good quality contract for Oppd and our customers.
Can I lean into that question a little bit? So specifically in that letter that I believe Danny, it gives, it cites technical deficiency for a couple of the vendors. Can you just give us an example of what a technical deficiency might be in the context of this?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, glad to help out. So Danny Belt, Director of Engineering. So in this particular case, all four vendors had, some form of technical deficiency, as you point out. In one case, the vendor just didn't provide all the details that we need to actually evaluate the unit. So when we prepare the specifications, there's a pretty detailed form that they fill out defining, the configuration, the current densities, a lot of different things about the manufacturer of the unit so that we can do a cost evaluation of it. What are the no load losses? What are the full load losses for us to be able to appropriately select the right vendor for the product? So in one of the cases, the vendor didn't fill out all that information for us to be able to evaluate. In a couple of other cases, they were taken, a few of the vendors took exceptions to a few of the nuances of the LTC configuration. Number of press rings on the coil, load tap changer, unload tap changer. So it's the way that we regulate the voltage coming out of the output side of the transformer. So the press rings, the current densities of the auto transformer and the preventative auto, which are subcomponents of the load tap changer device. For those nuanced little engineering efforts within the design of the LTC is really what prevented the rest of the vendors from being compliant.
Thank you. So if I may summarize, because I do this in my day job as well. If you've not provided all those details, it's really hard to determine if you have an apples to apples offer in front of you.
Correct.
So,
and in this case, it was, one manufacturer took the exception to one thing and another manufacturer took exception to something else. So we know that the totality of all of our requests are available somewhere. It's just that the way that they proposed on this, we had to kind of really take care of those kinds of things in the negotiation process to get what we truly want in the configuration.
Thank you, Danny.
The guaranteed delivery dates align with our needs.
So in this particular case, as Troy pointed out, lead times are pretty long. In this particular case, the lead times that we have on this currently meet what we need for this project. But we also have spare units available in our inventory that we can supplement and put into service until this unit arrives. So we have a backup plan if for some reason though the lead time slipped a little bit.
These are hard enough to get though, that the last thing I want to do is pull a spare until I have something on site. I mean, there's been a lot of difficulty over the past couple of years making sure that we maintain enough of a certain type of transformer to keep our options open in case something fails.
Thank you, Danny.
Welcome.
That leads to a question, may or may not be appropriate, but noting that it's so hard to get these. Do you think the negotiations that you're going to be required to take under this request, will that enable you to make establish relationships with one or more of these vendors to make it easier to acquire what you may need in the future?
Right, so I would characterize that we have decent relationships with these vendors. Many of them that provided Oppd, we've purchased transformers from the past, so it's not like they're new. The purpose again to have a contract that allows you to re-up it year after year helps reduce the need to go back to the table every time, go through the whole process. And it's tied directly to a commodity price, which keeps it reasonable for me. So the risk is kind of taken out of that. Because if you're trying to go out and get a 5-year contract with fixed prices, it's very difficult at this point in time to get anybody to align with that without kind of change. Right.
So the plan is still for the 1+4, right? That doesn't change. It's just a direct negotiating. Okay. Okay, colleagues, any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you for those three, Troy. We are now on to S4. So we've got a reliability monitoring report.
All right, very good. We're excited to share this with you today. You'll see in it, there's some things we've got going on that's very, very solid, and we have some other areas of improvements that we're kind of working through. But overall, I'd characterize this as a pretty decent report out and something that, we're pleased, but not satisfied as we normally are in this realm of reliability. I can tell you we take reliability extremely seriously here at Oppd. It's something that, we have individuals who are working 24/7 that come in during Christmas and holidays and kids' birthdays and they miss games to make sure that we have a good, reliable system. The direction the board has given us helps us when we're looking at capital projects and how we prioritize as an organization. These really matter. And so this is, these SDs that we have really drive us to think about the business maybe differently than we would otherwise. So kudos to board in that particular space. I'm going to kind of bucket these a little bit. I'm not going to read through them all, but kind of that first section is really about ensuring a solid supply of electrons to our customers. That doesn't mean you won't have outages, but you've planned well enough ahead of time that you've either purchased capacity and energy, or you can provide it yourself. And so that's the requirement of the first item there. The next two is really about top quartile performance from both our base load generation, as well as our system, which the customers feel. So anytime there's outages there, they feel that through that experience. And so what we're looking at is top quartile performance on outage durations. And we'll go into these in more detail in a minute. And then the third section there is really about meeting regulatory requirements. And those requirements are really focused on the ability of the utility to deliver products reliably to the system as good utility practices and good direction. And I think most of you are very familiar with NERC as our oversight, regulatory oversight, and the way that we engage with them. And we'll talk about that here in just a minute. So the first item, the next slide, please. So we'll go through these line item by line item. Oppd shall assure generation resources and purchase power portfolios meet customer energy demand 100% of the time. So we'll talk about that on the next slide on how we did that. So we have this access. SPP is wonderful for us because we have access to balancing generation at any time. It's a lot easier than when utilities used to have to kind of do things on their own. Now they can do it as a conglomerate. We can help each other out when we need to. Having access and SPP looking at the overall footprint and some things out allows us to make sure the generation that is asked to run is enough to procure. There's also this need to carry additional reserve margins. You'll see 112%. We met that. We actually had just a little bit more for the year, and every utility carries that so that when somebody's generation's out, there's a transmission line out in a certain place, they have enough excess capacity within the footprint to make sure that we have a reliable system. And Brad's team, as they look through the planning process, really focuses on this reserve margin so making sure we meet it. And I think we've had discussions lately that the RTOs, due to kind of a narrowing of this reserve margin that they're seeing and some of the extreme events that's come into play, that they're looking to increase this. So future years, it won't be 112, it'll be 115 or 16 or 117. And so we'll match that, we'll meet that as we go forward.
That's a great point. And just a reminder, this is retroactive. We're looking at the previous year and how we applied that 112% will change next year.
And then from a planning standpoint, we ensure we have firm transmission from all of our generation to our load, which doesn't sound like that big a deal, but that's how SPP plans the system. And so by securing that, they make sure that there's enough highway from source to the consumption to make sure that the electrons can move and appropriately serve the customer's needs. Then we also have access to liquid power markets. So not just energy that comes from SPP, but ancillaries, ramping, load following, all those kind of things. They can look to see who the best is in the market to provide that. It's kind of the lowest cost option, but it's also to make sure that we have the reserves we need to serve the customers and the product. So we've effectively hit all of those in this particular section. We feel really good as a utility that meeting those needs and part of an organized market really helps in that particular space. All right, this next item, Oppd shall achieve generation reliability. And so the next slide here focuses on how we measure that. So we use something called equivalent availability factor. So basically what is that? What that is the percent of time a generator is available to generate And so anytime you take a maintenance outage, anytime you have a forced outage, you are penalized from this measure standpoint. And the way this was set up with the board of directors is if you look across, there's a red line, that's 90%. That would be considered first quartile performance in this space for baseload generation. And so what you can see is over time with the blue line, that we've trended a little lower than the 90% availability. We're still second quartile performance, but instead of meeting the 90, we're at 86.2. And some of that has to do with additional maintenance outages we've taken over time. I'll tell you, part of that also has been some of the unexpected outages we've seen, collector rings, things of that nature, which you all are familiar with. So a little over a year ago, we combined all the asset management groups within OPPD that focused on T&D and generation into one group. And at the same time, as an organization, we're focused on the ISO standards, ISO 55000 standards, which is really something that very few utilities aspire for, but it really puts a lot of focus and concrete plans in place to manage your assets appropriately. And so through that process, with the group coming together and the evaluations that's been done over the last year, the group is creating this plan of action of what things are we going to attack over the next 10 years, because it'll take a while for us to move the needle. This is not a one year adjustment and things move up. You have to systematically look through all your generation, find the single source of failures, what areas of extent of condition you need to focus on and put a plan forward. So we have an asset management group that's actively focusing on that. You'll start to see that in COP starting next year.
Hey, Troy, maybe I missed it here. For purposes of this graph here, would a large producing plant be weighted the same as say the Jones Street gas plant?
So currently, the way OPPD measures this is we only measure our baseload coal units. Our baseload coal units. Currently, that's the only thing in this calculation. We have talked as a group, and then systems, we've talked about modifying that. But when we modify it, we want to modify it in line also with what SPP is currently proposing. And there's been some changes over time. We thought that they were going to align on one particular metric. That's changed recently. But we do know at some point we want to move forward to that particular metric, because if that's what SPP is going to count and use for our accreditation of assets, it makes sense that we monitor that also. In addition to that, we would, at the next update, we would recommend adding all the assets and not just the baseload to have a better portfolio. So hopefully that helps.
Another quick clarification question here, Troy. Could you remind me the denominator in this equation? I think I got that right. Does it include extended planned outages, or are those factored out of the equation?
So basically, it starts off and says, what would 100% availability look like?
Right.
And then anytime you take an outage for any reason whatsoever.
Any reason.
Okay. Low river levels, whatever that might be, would chip away at this particular. Okay. I will tell you the piece that I struggle with a bit is if you have proactive maintenance going on and you're trying to reduce the number of unexpected outages, and you're expanding that outage during time periods where you may not even be needed, this is less effective in calculating that.
Right.
Maybe cause you to want to shorten your outages and maybe not do as much maintenance.
So you're sort of being penalized for preventative stuff. Yeah. Okay.
So that's the reason why you see that jump from 2019 to 2020. 2019 was a big outage year.
Yeah.
2020 wasn't.
And generally speaking, it's big year, smaller year.
Mm-hmm.
Smaller year. You see that over time.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Good question.
next item. OPPD shall achieve electric system reliability. I think most of you are familiar with SAIDI, which is stands for System Average Interruption Duration Index. And basically it is the total outage minutes over the course of the year divided by the total number of customers. So what it does inherently is give you an average outage duration per year per customer across the system. Now, some customers are going to have more, some customers are going to have less. But this provides us an average. And so if you look on the left-hand side, you've got average minutes. So those are our minutes. And then you've got the years on the horizontal axis here. The red line across is 90 minutes, which is first quartile performance. Unlike the last slide that we saw, being below the line is a good thing. And so you can see we started in 2018 and we've had this consistent reduction in images that our customers are seeing across the system, pretty significant. And the diamonds are on there to show you individual years instead of the rolling average. So if you take the 2018, we were roughly at 140 minutes. Now we're down to 70. So basically we've cut it in half, which is pretty significant. And there's two programs that have really leaned into that and helped us with that. It's our tree trimming. We've started to invest more in vegetation management, as well as cable replacement for underground. And those two programs on their own merit have really caused a significant reduction in this transition. And I'll show you a little bit more on trees in a minute, because I think it's pretty substantial to see just the impact of that change on outage minutes related to vegetation. Next slide, please. So the last slide we had was on duration of outages. This is on frequency. So what it looks at is the total number of times customers were interrupted divided by the total number of customers. So it inherently gives you an average frequency of interruptions. So as you can see, this is another one. The lower it is, the better it is. Top quartile performance is the red line. We're deep into that. We've had some really good changes as resulting from tree trimming, cable replacement, critter guards, things of that nature, which have reduced the frequency of outages that we see in our system. If you look on just the years alone, the diamonds, 2021 to 2022, that change upward with main critter driven. So we've had possums, raccoons, squirrels. And so what we do to start to work through that is we add more cover guard on our equipment to reduce that potential impact. Next slide, please.
And the squirrels are thing.
So our customers and so are we, yes. So this next slide, we wanted to focus on one of the key actions. Vegetation management it can be a hot topic sometimes, but it's something that's really been impactful to our customers. And so if you look on the graph on the right, the far left, you have total customer minutes of interruption during a given period of time. And so you can see back in 2018, we spiked to about 18 million. And so the orange line you see step up over time is our spending associated with vegetation management. Luckily, we're seeing an inverse relation. So the more we spend, the better we're seeing our system react from a vegetation standpoint. So the dollars are making a difference. And it's really important for us to kind of continue this. Something else that's kind of exciting that we added this year is we've started using a vendor that provides satellite data of all of our circuits. And so now we're going to also track like growth rates within different circuits. So historically, it's like every circuit's on a rotation, we hit consistently. What this allows us to do is focus on the areas more surgically that have higher growth rates, areas with maples, things of that nature that grow many feet per year. And so we should be able to optimize our dollars better and continue to see a downward reduction, even without spending more, by having that type of data and decision making in our planning. So super excited about that. We think that there's going to be some pretty good outcomes from using that new system. We've talked to other utilities that have been leveraging it, and all the feedback's been positive.
Troy, sorry.
Go.
Minor question. Are the axes really identical numbers? Is that just a very weird coincidence?
Yeah, it's just a coincidence. It is kind of funny how that line.
Okay, wow. All right. Neat.
Perhaps less technical. Trees provide a lot of benefits in other ways, right? So could you talk a little bit about how our tree trimming program isn't just kind of to take them all down as low as possible, but to be surgical and some of the certifications we have in tree trimming.
It depends on area.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're under a transmission
Yep.
facility, there's different requirements from a standpoint than there is for distribution.
Mhm.
But we hire arborists. So the arborists know how to cut the trees. They know how to minimize the potential impact from the cutting. We work with developers when they're putting in new subdivisions to avoid planting trees in areas. We provide a lot of education as an organization in that particular space. We work with homeowners, when there's a tree that's in our line to work to, can we remove it, trim it, what does that look like? So yeah, there's a lot of interaction and education that goes on. But we have older areas, with very large vegetation, especially once you get east of 90th. And some of that vegetation is aging too. So it's further along and it's curved than it was 10, 15 years ago, which makes it more brittle, tend to have more limbs break and things of that nature.
Thank you.
All right. Maintain a reliable transmission and distribution system in accordance with NERC standards. We'll go into that the next slide here. So last year we had a NERC audit. They came on site, they dug through a lot of the NERC requirements. No enforceable violations have been identified. And we also have what's called offsite quarterly. So they're kind of smaller audits where they come out to the industry and they say, okay, this next quarter, I want to see how you're planning for cyber. I want to see how you're planning for generation and things of that nature that Brad's group keeps a very close eye on. And so we've not had any enforcements. We're in a good space. And in fact, we're in a situation where we have enough trust and support from the regulatory agencies that we have to report less than some of the other utilities in the space. And so that's really been driven by a strong internal culture. Lisa and her team, Joe Lang, as well as the business partners have really come together to make sure that we have good controls in place. So, we've got the NERC team underneath Lisa that kind of audits the business, and then we have the audit group that audits the NERC audits. So we've got some good controls in place to make sure that we have a robust system for that. And so we've met all those, not had any issues. We feel really good about our space and from a reliability standpoint as it relates to NERC and the requirements that they have for us. Then last slide. So I put a summary on the sides on the right because we have so many things that we've kind of walked through here, checks and X's. And so met customers' demand, yes. Baseload generation, did we hit that metric? No, we did not. We're not too far off, but we still didn't meet it. Sadie, deep into that. So we have a lot of margin we've added. So that's really good for our customers. And then we've met all NERC reliability standards. So with that, we would ask that the board approve and recommend. We recommended the board to find Oppd sufficiently in compliance. Sorry, butchered that. Based upon the data and information that I just showed you here today. Other questions, might you have?
Okay, thank you, Troy. That's the recommendation from the committee. We discussed this on April 5th when we got together. So to Troy's point, any additional questions, need for clarification, thoughts on the recommendation?
Great. We do anticipate additional work on updating this policy in the future. Is that correct? And
Absolutely.
do we anticipate the results from this monitoring report will influence any updates in language when that work comes to the systems committee and eventually the board?
So the updates in language, again, as I shared earlier, we would want to add all the generation, future changes. We're keeping a close eye on Southwest Power Pool and what they're looking for. If that continues to take some time, we have a couple other metrics that we know focus on unexpected outages that we might bring. So we're kind of looking for some feedback from our SPP group as to how long do we think it'll be before SPP come to some kind of determination of the new metric from their side.
Sounds good. Thanks.
But it has to be modernized. We know, and the board very well knows, we have a plan to refuel our North Omaha 4 and 5 units from coal to natural gas, at which point we would only have 2 units that would fall under that baseload generation metric. So we need to modernize that to really encompass all of the rest of the generation, our balancing stations that will be more prevalent in our portfolio. So
And I think the team's also been focused not just on traditional assets that we own now, but as we set this up in the future, are we setting ourselves up for wind and solar that we may own?
batteries.
Batteries, we PPA that right now, and so those are things we don't report out to this group because we don't have all that information. But in the future, when we do own those assets, that would be part of the process, just like any asset that we currently.
Glad to hear we're keeping up with SPP. They have a lot of interesting things going right now, so I'm curious to see how that goes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Troy. I'm gonna keep going until you tell me to stop, Director Williams. So we're on to acquisition of land rights for energy production, infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So Mr. Foch, and reminder for the public, we did have a conversation about this in closed session. So we're gonna have a related conversation now in open session. Got it?
Good morning. It is still morning, isn't it? Yes, it is still morning. I appreciated your comment earlier around trees, Director Moody. Forgive me if I get a little bit nasally. They're wonderful, except for if you have allergies. Here it's a little challenging. The reason I'm standing here is because on Thursday we'll be asking for authorization to use eminent domain if necessary to acquire fee ownership and permitted pieces of land for an electric production infrastructure project associated with the management and disposition of residual materials from power production. It's located in proximity to the Nebraska City Station. We'd be asking for these rights through December 31st, 2026. It may be necessary to acquire this for the energy production infrastructure. We are in negotiations to voluntarily acquire land, and our hope is that negotiations will continue. And we will take all efforts possible to really ultimately use this as the last stripe, but it is important for us to have it as a tool through negotiation processes. It enables us to have thoughtful negotiations ultimately to ensure that the district is able to acquire necessary land to continue the operations of critical infrastructure projects, and at the same time ensure that there's all fairness involved with the acquisition of those land rights. We would ultimately report on filing of eminent domain actions if necessary. And again, the authorization would extend through December 31st, 2026. We would request any future authorizations if and as needed. Any questions?
Colleagues, questions for Mr. Foch?
Well, thank you.
Hearing none, I think we're good. Thank you.
Great. You mentioned earlier, I guess this is a longer item, projected 45 minutes. That puts it 12:30. Good. For lunch break? Yes.
Lunch is here.
Oh, sorry. I guess, anybody have a preference to stop or go forward? The lunch break would be 12:30 or right now.
We can go right now.
That's good.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Now?
That was let's go?
It was now.
Okay, let's go.
Right.
Okay, very good. Morning, Brad Underwood, Vice President of Systems Transformation. Always a difficult subject on this one because it always gets dynamic in conversation as far as how much time we'll need today. Today's going to be a great story. It's going to be a continuation of really some things we started to talk about more explicitly in February. And so we opened this conversation in February. We continued it in March, and we'll continue it in April, and we will continue it next month and the month after. Today, you'll see a pretty diverse group come up and speak about our near-term generation needs. You're going to hear from our outreach folks. You're going to hear from our policy folks. You're going to hear about from our reliability folks, from our energy portfolio planning folks. And what all of those functions have in common is a dynamic and growing community. And I think that's a great story for us to be able to tell. I'm going to speak for the rest of the group in a sense that we are honored to tell it. We are honored to support it, and we're happy to advance the conversation again today in open session. And so without further ado, I'll yield the time to the group. Go ahead to the next slide, please.
I think Kate Thomas is going to kick us off here on the next slide. So I think she's online, so we'll let her.
I am. Can audio good?
Yes.
No, well, thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Brad. And I think I'll just begin by echoing a lot of the sentiments that Brad just shared. And wanted to start this conversation off by giving some context to our board and to our customers about the billboards, the radio spots, the digital placements that you may have seen popping up across the service area that's bearing the message that you see on the screen, among others, just about our growing communities. And as Brad had noted, we've spoken for the last few months about our near-term generation needs at board meetings, and we felt it was really time to amplify that message so that all of our customer owners understand how Oppd is helping our communities continue to thrive in this rapidly changing and growing and tech-enabled world. And you know, it's not just wanting to make sure that there's an understanding. We also believe we have a privilege and a responsibility to ensure that our customer owners know that we're building for their future, for their children's future, and then even their grandchildren's future. And that begins by raising awareness that our service area and really our whole state, as noted here, is growing. And so a little bit more context, beginning this month in April, we did begin a multimedia campaign that focuses on this growth message, and that Oppd is committed to powering it, leaning into all three areas of our mission with, you know, affordably, reliably, and sustainably. This is just one image that you'll see among many others, and you can understand how we're tying this to this broader future-focused message around illuminating our future. And, you know, we're just so energized by the growth and the planning challenge. And we really hope our customer owners and our board, you know, are able to spend some time on oppdcommunityconnect.com to learn more just about how we want to build this understanding and excitement and awareness within our community. So thank you for your time. I think it just really speaks to how important it is that we're getting this message out, that we're setting off this conversation, you know, with a mention of this campaign. So thank you, Ryan.
Okay. I think it was a great introduction. So we want to go to the next slide. So a couple of things we're going to hit today. First, we'll recap what we talked about last month, just to kind of get us back in the right frame of mind, remind us what we talked about. Then we're going to dive into some reliability considerations and get into the resource planning study update, and we'll round it out with next steps. So if we want to go to the next slide. So first up, what did we talk about last month? So we started off and we kind of dialed it back just a little bit, and we talked about pathways to decarbonization. And the effort that we did around that to really identify those pathways to net zero by 2050. I think the key message there was all the stakeholder input, the multi-year communication and collaboration effort that we had that really informed how we approached that study. And that's really dovetailing into what we're doing now. So we also talked about, you know, in the near term, we are looking at the need to grow our accredited capacity beyond the power with purpose assets that we're building right now. And that's for multiple factors, including rapid near-term load growth, really historical load growth, an increasing planning reserve margin from SPP. And I think Troy kind of hit on that just a little bit ago with our SD4, how we expect that to be increasing over the next couple of years. There's a diminishing surplus of regional generation capacity. And there's also an extension in time for the planning and execution to build and bring on new assets. That really requires action sooner of us maybe would have done historically. And that all leads into, this near-term generation study that we're doing right now. And we're partnering with E3. They helped us with pathways to decarbonization. And I would say that this is really the next step from Pathways. So Pathways was a directional study. This is really that near-term executable details to continue us on that path. And we're guided by our mission and our long-term goals for affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive energy. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Colton to start getting into our reliability consideration.
If I may, as we do the transition, this is just a reminder to the public and to the board. We've been talking for many, many years about our intention and our direction that we have from the board to achieve a decarbonized state in our portfolio. And at the same time, the challenge that we have as we see the economy electrify. Electrification and decarbonization coming together at this point in time. And I think that's what we're going to talk about today here is how do we meet that challenge? It's probably one of the biggest challenges that we're all as in the utility industry going to have in our lifetime. And it is coming to us at this moment. So with that, Colton, talk about reliability.
Absolutely. Thank you, Javier. So for kicking off the conversation here around resource planning, we're going to start with the environment in which we're planning. An important consideration here is that OPPD is part of a much larger system called the Southwest Power Pool. I'm going to start with some statistics around what we've been seeing in this larger Southwest Power Pool as it relates to having enough resources to meet the growth that we're talking about. So the chart on the upper right is the frequency of what we call resource adequacy events that have been observed in the larger region in which OPPD participates. And the frequency of those events, those alerts, has increased over the last several years. And so we've seen more alerts in 2022 than we saw in previous years. And we had a couple of events, particularly Winter Storm Uri and Winter Storm Elliott, in which SP, this larger system, was especially strained. Winter Storm Uri resulted in the first blackouts that this region has had ever historically as an organized reliability area. And so in reaction to this, the Southwest Power Pool, SPP, has really evaluated what are the sufficient level of resources across the region to support a reliable and robust system. And in doing so, they've identified this need that there's probably more resources that are required than have been required in the past. And so they've increased the amount of resources that individual utilities, entities like Oppd need to have. And so that increased from 12% total planning reserve margin to 15%. So we need 15% above our peak load to satisfy our system requirements. And as they've done that, I also want to provide an outlook of what they see for the amount of resources in this broader region. And they see that even though we're setting a higher requirement, in the near term, the amount of resources available is continuing to decrement or to decrease. It's caused by retiring of aging infrastructure. It's caused by very long lead times to interconnect new resources and add resources. And it's also caused by just regional growth. So if we look at the reducing margin, it's really caused by multiple factors, but we're looking at fewer and fewer excess or surplus resources available in the broader region. And so this is the capacity outlook as we start the conversation around resource adequacy and planning. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan Lenahan.
All right, thanks, Colton. Dan Linehan, Director of OPPD's Transmission and Distribution Planning Division. So on the last slide, Colton talked about a regulatory requirement to maintain certain levels of reserve margins in our generation supply to maintain generation reliability. I'm going to talk about similar regulatory requirement to maintain certain reserve margins on the power grid to maintain grid reliability. I'm going to talk about how the generation fleet significantly impacts our ability to maintain those grid reserve margins. So first, as a reminder, grid reliability is regulated by the federal government, by an entity called NERC, North American Electric Reliability Corporation. And those regulations center on the fact that we need to maintain certain levels of reserve margins on key electrical properties, which I've listed on the slide here, such as thermal capacity, voltage profile, system stability, frequency response, and load ramping and balancing. So not maintaining proper grid reserve margins or adequate generating supply margins can lead to large scale blackouts, which is why grid reliability is so heavily regulated by the federal government. And power generation is critical to maintaining these grid reserve margins because beyond just providing power, both the location of that generation injection point on the grid and the capability of that generation to provide what I'm going to call central reliability services is really key to maintaining margin on those properties I just talked about. So in addition to setting grid reliability requirements and standards, NERC, our federal regulator, also monitors emerging risks to grid reliability. And they called out two major risks that grid planners need to pay really close attention to going forward. They are listed on the slide here, the quickly changing generation landscape and the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. So as a reminder, what the quickly generation landscape refers to is there's a significant amount of generation retirements going on in the country as we have the aging generation fleet, predominantly in the form of coal plants and nuclear power plants. Coupled with that, we're seeing a huge surge of new emerging technology coming on the grid in the form of renewable energy. That combination is significantly altering the grid dynamics. Grid injection location points are fundamentally changing, along with the capability of the generation to provide these grid reliability services. And when you couple that with the second risk of this increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, that is really challenging grid planners and operators' ability to maintain grid reliability. So the graphics on the right here, I talked about a lot during Power with Purpose Generation Plan, but as a reminder, they illustrate that we've experienced these emerging risks on our sub-region of the grid. So the graphic in the upper right shows the changing generation landscape. Over the past 10 years, there's been a significant amount of retirements of the aging generation fleet along the Missouri River corridor. And on top of that, there's been a significant amount of wind energy added remote from our system. So both the grid injection locations have changed and the capability of that generation to provide those grid reserve margin services have changed. On top of that, we've experienced some pretty significant extreme weather events, polar vortexes, tornadoes, flooding. Each of those events, our transmission system rode through those successfully. We noticed a significant decline in our grid reserve margins, which is shown on the trend in the bottom part of the slide. So when we developed our Power with Purpose Generation Expansion Plan, that was set to restore those reserve margins to keep our grid reliability in check. And as part of that, restoring our grid margins, we had to pay close attention to grid injection location, the capability of that new generation to provide these grid reserve margin and reliability services. And going forward, the reason I mentioned this is as we do our future resource planning studies, this is going to be a major factor and input into how we develop future generation plans going forward to ensure we maintain our ability to have these grid reserve margins to maintain grid reliability. So with that, if there's not any questions on the reliability section, I can turn it back over to Colton to talk about.
That's really quick, I think for members of the public, just a good reminder. You talked about system-wide blackouts. We have never experienced one of those. What we experienced in February of 2021 as a result of Winter Storm Uri was a planned load shedding that happened to prevent a system-wide blackout. I think it's important for us to talk about, it's not, what we're talking about here is not necessarily preventing a 45-minute inconvenient outage. We're talking about preventing what could be a multi-day, potentially multi-week regional wide outage that thankfully we have not experienced here in Nebraska, but other parts of the country have. Can you confirm that's what we're talking about here?
Yeah, so last maybe big event people may remember of a large scale blackout, which took days to restore, was the Northeast blackout of 2003. Multiple states in the Northeast were all out of power from a cascading event that basically brought down the grid. So a lot of the regulations that I'm talking about today are in place post that event experience. So we're trying to really avoid that with all of our planning for future transmission and future generation as we go forward.
Thank you.
Yes.
One thing I heard here that I hadn't recognized before that had been stated was that the reserve margins not only need the power, but the grid injection location is crucial to that. Just say a little bit more about that. I mean, I noticed the retirements are, as you say, all down the Missouri River here in the green. So when OPPD plans new facilities, are we also looking at where that is strategically in this sense as well?
Yeah, without getting too deep into the electrical properties, I think just important to know that where you inject power onto the grid impacts those reserve margins on those other properties I talked about. And power generation provides attributes on the grid besides just electrons, besides power. They provide things such as voltage support, which is kind of like synonymous to, if you compare the power system to a water system, voltage support is kind of like the pressure and the water is like the electrons. So without that pressure, the water flow is not going to be there. And these generators provide both the water and the pressure to keep the system flowing. And where you put those kind of pressure points or maintain the pressure on the system is really provided a lot by the generation that's injected into the system. So that's a key part of maintaining system voltage is the locations. Now, this isn't meant to say every single one of our generation sources has to be put on our system, but there needs to be a balance. So being part of an SPP footprint, we can take advantage of other generation across the rest of the footprint. There still needs to be some core amount of generation locally to maintain these reserve margins I talked about here. So hopefully that helped without going too deep technically.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, turn it back over to Colton. You're going to provide an update on the resource planning study.
Thanks, Dan. So we've talked about the reliability environment and some of the considerations that are needed as we develop research. Some of the additional key concepts as we start off this update. One is that our total need for resources is a combination of both the amount of demand or the amount of customers that we need to serve, and also the reserve or margin that we need above it to maintain a reliable system. And so those two factors are really going to drive the magnitude of potential solutions for OPPD to serve our customers. The second important point here is that it's taking a very long time to add resources onto this larger system. And so in many ways, what we can add in the near term is limited to what's already been started, what's already being studied in SPP by SPP in the interconnection process. And so as we move out in a farther time horizon, we have more options of what we can add, projects that we can start, things that we can put in the queue to interconnect to the broader region. As we look closer into the near term, our ability to add resources becomes much more limited. And so we have to consider how fast we can grow, but also limitation of resources to meet the demand that's growing. As we look at developing solution or options for OPPD, there's important objectives or goals that we plan for. One is to serve the total amount of customers that we have on our system. So to meet the growing needs of our community. We also have goals in our mission to do that affordably, to keep costs low. From a reliability perspective, we want to continue to meet the regional requirements for the amount of resources that we need to bring to the table. We also want to have, as Dan mentioned, the right resources locally on our system that can support the system throughout the year, throughout the variety of load patterns and needs of our customers, so that we can support our system here. And lastly, but not least, is the environmental sensitivity. And so we have a goal of reaching net zero by 2050, net zero carbon. And so we need to look at what resource types, what resource investments help us along that path to meet all of these objectives: affordability, reliability, and meeting our net zero by 2050 goals. Next slide, please. And so OPPD is very accustomed to planning for load growth. We have a robust process, and usually we're within 1% or so of our forecasting ability of being able to understand how much load is coming onto our system. We consider the changing population and demographics and income and economy of our service territory, and there's quite a few variables that go into that process. What we're seeing in the very near term over the next 10 years is unprecedented. It's unprecedented based on what we've seen historically. We have changing energy consumption habits with how customers are consuming energy. And we also have a large amount of economic development. Individuals who want to locate their facilities here can be a part of our territory. And so, with all of this information, you can see that our peak load, both in the summertime and the wintertime, is forecasted to grow significantly in the decade to come.
And let me pause here really quick. And this is a conversation I've been having with members of the community and elected officials. I spoke to county commissioners last week. And it's really important for us to pause here a little bit and talk about the amount of electricity that we're using on our day-to-day basis, and really to stop just thinking about the light switches that you use or the traditional ways in which we've used energy, but think about every minute of your life that you're using data, that you're using a GPS to navigate somewhere, that you're getting educated at schools, the way we're storing data in schools with docs on the cloud, the way we're healing people at hospitals, where we're communicating today with Zoom and WebEx meetings. Our daily lives have been altered significantly, especially accelerated that through the pandemic, but not exclusively by that. And so when we're looking at the load growth, I need to think about not only the number of meters, which we're going to talk about that in the next slide, the number of meters that we serve that has continued to increase. We're blessed with that growth in Nebraska. The number of new companies and existing companies that are expanding, that's also certainly visible here today. But even the existing population we have, it's the significant increase of direct energy use and indirect energy use by way of data. And we're going to talk about data centers and data servers. That is really happening to all of us here in the country, especially in the region. We are ready to meet that challenge, but I wanted to pause a little bit and talk about how it's not just more meters, it's how we're using those meters. I'm talking about electric vehicles and heat pumps, electric water heaters. It's the same home you had before, but we're using it in a very different way. I've talked at different times with regional leaders, and we've talked about how even if, and that's a big if, even if our economy wasn't growing, the economy is electrifying. Significant, many sectors of the economy that were not previously electrified, they are now more and more electrified. So that's really the background for these load growth that we're seeing going forward. It's not just a one-time blip on the graph. It's really all of us using a lot more energy for many decades to come.
And Javier, may I add, that's what the marketing campaign is going to be about, is how the world has changed around us and how we electrify everything. So that should be coming out within the next month or so. So
What's the purpose of the marketing plan? To tell people not to use power?
No, it's actually to remind people, to remind all of us.
Their money, or are we educating people with more money, I guess?
I think it's a number of things, Director Kavanaugh. One of them is to remind all of us how important electric power is. It's obvious to us for sure, but it's really to remind people.
I think they know that unless they live under a rock. They
Eventually,
probably know that here.
What was that?
I think they probably know that. What you think?
Well,
come on.
Some may, but when you talk about when I use GPS to navigate from here to there, I may only think about the battery that I use to charge my phone. We need to think about all the support that goes behind, and it's really to raise that awareness. Ultimately, that will help us launch energy efficiency programs, distributed energy programs, and also the awareness so that when our members of the public see us building new infrastructure, they understand that it's no longer business as usual, right? We are growing at a significantly faster pace than we've grown before, and for the community to understand, it will take all of us in our 13 counties to support that growth for the community. So that's really the purpose of it.
As far as on the residential customers, how much, I saw the pie chart showing that obviously their share of the total use is going down as the industrial customer goes up. But just as far as the amount of power the average residential customer uses now, is that fairly flat from year to year, or is it going up slightly, going up greatly? Or is
It is increasing. I don't have a specific number, but within residential customers, we are seeing an increase in power.
We have more customers, I realize. We have more residential customers, I realize. I meant per customer.
Per customer, it's increasing.
It is actually going up.
It is increasing, and it is also causing more commercial usage with more more use in your residence, you're causing more use in the commercial side, and we are all causing more use on the industrial side. That's the example that I brought up with the GPS, for example, right? I am causing more heat home, but someone else has to put a data server somewhere else so that I can enjoy a WebEx meeting, a Zoom meeting, accurate GPS directions to different places. So all of us are causing that growth.
If it's okay, we do have a few slides on maybe where the book's coming from, and you may find that interesting. If it's okay.
Turn over to McRae. All right, now we are in afternoon, so good afternoon, everyone. Tim McRae, Vice President of Customer Service. So to the great conversation that teed up and Javier augmented, I want to talk a little bit about where that growth is coming from. So to both inform and augment the great studying that Polton and his team lead around the load forecasting, the customer service team and the economic development team work to augment that with some broad and sometimes customer specific information that can help further inform that. So what you see on the screen are some broad categories of both historical in the dark colors and forward looking in the lighter colors of residential and commercial growth. And we continue to see that on the rise. Just a few stats that would reflect on that historically is residential lots in the area climbed from about 1,300 in 2011 to about 3,000 in 2022. So that augments kind of what we see when we drive around and live in the area. New housing starts rose from about 3,000 in 2011 to about 6,100, so just over doubling in that same time period. So the history it helps inform the modeling going forward. Commercial business certainly is continuing to grow to serve our communities. Commercial starts have remained strong over the last several years at about 1,000 to 1,200. But what we have seen increasing, in addition to those stats staying strong, are commercial expansions. And the graph on the slide talks about number of customers, i.e. meters. So we just surpassed 400,000 in terms of the number of metered customers in this stat. One customer looks like another. As we know, on a system perspective, one customer can be very, very different than another. So we continue to see, as Javier said, growth across all segments of our community: transportation, education, retail, food, agriculture. We often can be tricked into thinking that growth is a metro thing or a metro Omaha thing. This is a service territory and in fact a state thing. So we can go forward here. So a little bit of insight into energy use by class. It's expected to grow across all classes, as I mentioned, but it's primarily going to be driven by growth in the industrial class from a megawatt standpoint and an expected revenue standpoint, driven by the size of the customers that economic development is bringing to our service territory. In 2022, that industrial class of customer comprises about 36% of energy sales. Is expected, based on our forecasting, to grow to roughly 57% over the next 10 years, obviously significantly. Is coming from economic growth in many customer segments and also being augmented, to Javier's point, by electrification, manufacturing, biotech, and data centers, and even food and agricultural processing. Of course, data centers make up the largest portion from an energy sales based on the megawatt perspective, megawatt usage of that. And Mr. O'Brien's going to talk a little bit more about the impact of data centers for us and in our lives and in the load growth. Tim.
Good afternoon. Tim O'Brien, the Director of Economic Development and External Relations. I have 3 slides for you today, and you might think, what am I going to talk about? How does this relate to technology? So my background, I started my career in technology, and so I track this industry really, really closely. But from a professional side, our economic development team works very closely across the district to help understand what businesses are coming, what are their needs, what might future growth look like. And so I'm going to shed a little bit of light on what that looks like and build on Tim's comments. And so this first one, we wanted to just bring to life, if you think about a data center, think about yourself waking up today. What did you grab? What did you look at? How did you get to work? All those interconnected things are part of the system. And the data center is, as I think about it, it's where the internet lives. So it's hard to think about where's the internet, so to speak. It's in all these different facilities and it's really closely tied, I think, about to our electric system. We have a lot of things that are hidden in the public or some things that are very visible. And the data center is just that critical nature, just like our electric services. So I wanted to try and draw that correlation just to put your mind there as we go through a few things, just to talk about where growth is headed. One of the things that I was doing some reading that I thought might help is, if you heard of Moore's Law, it's about doubling of transistors on a chip about every 18 months, and costs decrease about a similar method. That law has been around for 50 plus years, or that concept, and it still holds true today. So it means that data is continuing to increase as we think about all of the things in our daily lives. And I'll talk about that on the next couple slides. But really, the growth in data centers took place from 1997 to 2000 with the tech boom. And since then, we've been moving servers that might be in your friend's basement or garage into a mission critical space to provide reliable services for new things that are being invented today or into the future. And so that's the kind of progression. And we're on this pretty interesting horizon on what the growth looks like for the future. So on this next slide, just want to talk about the growth sectors. So Tim McReevy talked about the types of industrial customers that we're seeing grow. Many of those are on the left side. Those are the businesses that operate well in Nebraska due to supply chain or location, et cetera. They are all continuing to grow in a big way. One that I find is really interesting is the agricultural side. And so we've been doing a lot of research on what this looks like when we move to precision agriculture and smaller machines that are connected to the internet, working across our service territory to continue to grow Nebraska's biggest industry on the agricultural front. So that's something that we're continuing to watch and understand. And from a policy perspective, the state of Nebraska is continuing to look at that too. When I talk later today on the legislative update, you'll hear me talk about broadband and deployment in those areas. All of that's connected to data center growth and items on the left side. A few more things you might think about is when you use your phone in the future, much of the things aren't being calculated on your phone. That's in some data center somewhere around the country. And so think about that transition that's going to occur and continue to occur. So I looked at some data points to give some volumes to help with our forecasting. I looked at two of the largest real estate companies in the world. So they forecast space, and then McKinsey in terms of how they forecast space. All of them came about to the same number to 2030, that there will be at least a 10% increase year over year for data center usage on three sectors of data centers. So there's three types. So there's an enterprise. So that would be one company utilizing a data center for their operations. The other type is a co-location facility. So it's like a hotel, so to speak, or a leased office building where you can put your servers in to that critically controlled environment. The last are hyperscale data centers. This is what the cloud is. And so it's a system that allows other entities to conduct business across the world or across the region in a cloud environment. Each of those spaces, it's about a third, all continue to move about 10% year over year. So just wanted to highlight that capacity as we continue to look at the future. My last slide is really helping build a community. And so in my economic development profession, it's been really fascinating to watch the world change over the last 3 to 4 years. We heard the term Zoom towns. Maybe you can work anywhere. And I think that's what's neat from a Nebraska perspective. It's an amazing quality of life. And so what does that look like for employees that want to live wherever they would like to conduct commerce around the world? And so I think that is an interesting trend we're trying to get a better pulse on, but we know that it's significant and increasing. The other part, I talked a little bit about just in our area, but critical defense. So Offutt Air Force Base is a critical environment. Data centers are certainly helping that aspect and safety and security of our world. The other pieces that are continuing, certainly education, healthcare, et cetera. And then just back to policy on deployment. So how do you get to a data center? You need a connection and an interconnection, and that's continuing to be a big topic both from the state level and federally. So there's just a little bit of background on 3 slides about what's driving this, what the projections are, what are the industry types. With that, I will turn it over to Colton to wrap us up.
Okay. Now we're going to talk a little bit around what the customer load looks like and how we're going to serve it. And so I want to give a few graphs here to start the conversation around how we plan for peak demand or how we plan for peak consumption. So, as an electric utility, we need to be there to support the maximum amount that customers use. And we need to be able to support that when they need it. And so walking you through these graphs, I'll start with the one on the far left and how you focus on the black line and the dashed black line. And that solid black line is the peak monthly load that Oppd experiences each month of the year. And you can see during some months, during the summer, our peak load is much higher than other months during the winter. The dashed line talked about earlier about that planning reserve margin, the amount of capacity in excess of the peak load that's required. And so that dashed black line is representative of the peak load plus the additional resources or that planning reserve. Now, behind the black lines, how you focus on these resources. And as system planners, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure we have the right mix of resources to serve our peak demand throughout the year, all hours of the year. And so, you see that the resources on the far left, in every case, are higher than our peak demand or our reserve margin requirements. And so we have a sufficient system. As we move on in years, and I'll have you focus on 2027, you can see that our peak demand, the whole amount of monthly peak demand has elevated, it's grown. And so how are we planning to meet that? We're planning to meet that with new resources. And those resources that we're planning for, they'll be online by 2027, are power with purpose assets. That includes 600 megawatts of gas and 600 megawatts of solar that are currently being sourced and procured. And so that's how we're meeting the demand by 2027.
And a quick interruption here. We asked the board to approve these in 2019. Back to one of the points that Colton made earlier, it takes many, many years, right? So we came to the board in 2019 to get that authorization. And we're busy working on those plans and all these different projects so that in 2027, we can be in an okay shape. But it takes that long of a planning horizon for us to achieve that.
Yeah. And now our focus is starting to pivot on the load growth that we're going to see above and beyond that time horizon that we had planned for with power purpose. So we'll focus on 2032, what the load profile is. And I just want to highlight the gap between the resources that we have and the load that projecting to serve here on our system. And I want to point out that gap for the summer, but also for the winter months. And so for Oppd, this means that we need dependable capacity for both of those periods of time to meet the growing demands of our community. We have a gap between the resources that we have today and the load that we're projecting to serve in the future. Next slide, please. And so as we conduct planning, not only do we need to plan for the capacity, but we're also planning for the right mix of energy resources to serve the energy demands of our customers. And so this does get a little bit detailed here, but not only do you have to have the maximum amount, but you also have to serve the energy over time. What we're trying to illustrate here, the difference between capacity and energy, our resources stack up in a certain way in their ability to support peak demand. Each resource contributes differently in its effectiveness of supporting peak demand, but all of them provide different levels of energy. Some resources are more expensive to operate, some are cheaper to operate. As an example, our gas units provide a large amount of capacity, but they can be relatively expensive to operate. And so we utilize wind and coal for our portfolio or imported power when we can to be able to reduce the energy cost to customers. And so we want the right mix of resources from a capacity basis, but also an energy basis to be able to serve our community. Slide, please. And so as we look forward to what the specific resources could be for OPPD, we're balancing really what's available in the near term and what's available in the long term. There's a list here of technology types of resource types: solar, wind, storage, combustion turbines, combined cycle, small modular reactors, demand response, all types of resources that OPPD may elect to invest in to serve its needs. And all consistent with the resource types that we modeled previously in our pathways to decarbonization work. In the near term, as we look towards 2026, 2028, some of those resources are limited. They already have had, they're limited based on the queue positions that are in SPP, projects already in development. As we look towards the long term, that limitation opens up, and there's ability to add more resources as we have time to plan for them and put them through the processes. What is really important in our planning is what we expect for the costs of different resource types. And so we use as a basis of information industry accepted costs or source costs. We do try to catch up with, there's been a lot of inflationary pressure. And so often there's different data points between what we see in the market and these industry sources. And we do try to capture that as we go through our planning process. We are using as a basis and as a starting point, industry recognized data sources to point to our cost estimates for technologies.
I think if I could, Cole, make a comment. The table on the right, you see the time frames and then the characterization of limited and unlimited. This is really a more modern issue. Historically, you used to bring things on faster. You used to be able to control them a little bit more as a utility. And right now, we really don't have that luxury. And so what we're trying to do by being more thoughtful about when the resources can come on is give the organization a plan they can execute against, informed by our most recent environment. So the learnings that we have with Power Purpose and with other interconnections for new customers, that's all going into what we allow the tool to pick, so that when the recommendation comes and we criticize it and review it and discuss it, the organization has the ability to actually execute against it. And that's been a significant challenge, as we've talked about in many settings.
So a lesson learned is the decision the board made a few months ago to delay the refueling of North Omaha 4 and 5. Controversial, a lot of debate around it, but it was a good lesson where that length was extended for us to bring new resources online. Something we didn't plan a few years before, and it's the reality sunk in, and that it takes longer for us to plan these resources. So we're learning those lessons, and we're trying to apply them into the future planning so that we don't have to make these mid-course corrections to bring resources online.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to transition here as we focus on demand response and our ability to not just add resources, but also reduce our load. Heather Siepken will be joining us virtually to talk about our demand response capability.
Thank you, Colton. I just want to do a quick audio check. Are you guys able to hear me in the room?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Well, good afternoon. I'm Heather Siepken. I'm the director of OPPD's Product Development and Marketing Division. And if you want to go ahead and advance forward the slide for me. Maybe. There we go. I'm here today just to kind of, just remind us and refresh that, demand side management is certainly a piece to this puzzle, right? As Colton alluded to, there's a number of solutions that we need to explore. in order for us to fill the need. And a piece of that pie is how do we ensure our consumers and our customers are playing along with, the behavioral changes and the programs and services that help with our capacity issues. So you guys heard back in the 2023 resource optimization sessions and the corporate operating plan presentation, we continue to keep the pedal down on demand side management, as well as, not listed here, our alternative energy programs. So we've, just even between March and April, and you're going to hear more about this in the president's report this month, we've already put out, 3 to 4 new programs. We've revised a couple. We are continuing to look at, what can we do to improve adoption levels of the programs that we have in place today. Just last month, the team did get together, and we're already planning for the 2024 actions and what we're going to be able to pursue during that calendar year. So we project that, again, we're going to continue to grow. We're hoping for some really good success in those marketing campaigns, very specifically around our business curtailable. We did some revisions. We looked at some revisions. We've got an excellent marketing campaign that just started about 4 weeks ago on that in hopes of building up some of our demand response potential. So in addition to that, I'll just say, from resourcing side of things, and again, just the promise that we are continuing to move forward with demand side management. You guys were notified we did do an organizational, a reorganization last summer to ensure that we had a department under me that is only focused on our demand side management products and services. And also in the last 3 weeks, we've brought on 2 new team members to continue our focus on these solutions for our customers. So that's really all I have to add for you guys today, and just our commitment to continue to move forward. And I will transition over to Tim O'Brien, who's going to talk a little bit about how we're going to continue to keep our customers engaged and involved.
Cool, thank you, Heather. Pleasure to talk with you again. Again, have 3 slides as well. These are ones that you have seen very closely the last couple months, but I want to draw a little bit of a history of our journey. And so it has been a long, detailed and engaging process since 2019 with our Power with Purpose engagement, moving all the way to currently working on near-term resources. We've used a lot of the lessons learned through various steps and kept an archive. And so this is my commercial for the board and the public that's watching to go to oppdcommunityconnect.com and have a lot of material from those past engagements and then going forward. So we're continuing to update it on really a daily, weekly basis of material and just education on different types of technologies, where we're at in our journey, construction progress. There's questions from stakeholders just about things locally that are happening from the construction standpoint as well. Next slide is really what we've done to date. And so we're continuing on the left side, you'll see the pathways to decarbonization and Power with Purpose later today. I believe Troy and others have an update on Power with Purpose. So we're continuing those efforts. Our team and Lisa's team, from a public affairs standpoint, have been continuing to make sure stakeholders and customers are familiar with what we're doing. They have questions or insider perspective. That has been a big focus of ours over the last 4 years in terms of this generation journey. But really where we're going is the exciting part. If you go to the next slide, Ms. Lane. Kate Thomas talked about this earlier to kick us off in terms of the campaign of where we're headed. But just engaging with customers on a one-on-one level, or from a group or a county perspective. For example, Javier was just in Odo County a week or so ago, speaking to them about where we're at in terms of our utility growth perspective and take questions. And so we've been very active in a lot of settings and continuing to do more of those items. And then using all of the communication modes and media available to us to ensure our customers have awareness of what we're doing and where we're headed. And we'll continue, certainly as we move forward to more recommendations on near-term resourcing, and really throughout the summer have deep engagement with stakeholders. So with that, Colton, I will turn it finally over to you.
Thanks, Tim. Okay. And so what are the likely outcomes and next steps? So we are currently working through the modeling. We're working through our portfolio optimization, but we do have indications of the direction that it's going, supported by the work that we've done, historically, As we look towards our future resources, we expect them to continue to be a mix of renewable resources and firm dispatchable resources to align with our 2050 goals, to support reliability and our commitment to net zero carbon. With those resources, likely there will be supporting infrastructure. So new resources means whether that's transmission or fuel or supply, infrastructure that would support those resources or those resource outcomes so that they can operate as intended. We expect to have more detailed information in May and in future months to come as we continue to work through and refine what we're doing. Kate Thomas shared some excellent information around how we're sharing the news of load growth with our community, the outreach that we're doing. And so we expect to continue to do that. And lastly, this is part of the conversation I think that we've had for multiple years with pathways to decarbonization work, how we're planning to support reliability, meet net zero. And so consistent with the communications that we've had or working off the foundation of interaction that we've had in the community, we are looking to use the IAP2 inform framework as we look forward to making a decision on recommendations.
To clarify, and something that Chair Williams and I have talked about before, very clear, it's very important for the public to understand. Our intention is to talk in a lot more detail next month with the proposed portfolio of additional resources we will need and present a resolution for the board to act on in June. So it's important for the public to understand that. And to your point, Colton, it doesn't stop there, right? After the resolution is approved by the board, we will continue to talk about progress we're making on existing projects and growth, et cetera. I've been very clear with the executive leadership team. I envision between now and the end of the decade, the theme at Oppd is going to be resource adequacy and growth. But I want to be clear that very specific information will be presented to the public and to the panel at our next board meeting with the anticipation to have board action in June. Anything to that?
Not for me.
Colleagues, we're past 12:30, but I want to make sure we have, and as hungry as you may be, I want to give the public, the opportunity to hear us. I know we've talked about this in closed session, but if there are things that we need to ask about, seek clarity around that are important to bring to light today, right now, let's do it. Timeline is laid out, but it's also pretty brisk, right? 2 months is going to be here pretty quickly. So I want to be sure we do our work and share any comments or questions that we have right now. So I have a few, but yeah.
Just a quick one. With the impact that the data centers are having on us, obviously, down the road, would it probably be beneficial if we could create a fourth category in addition to the residential, industrial, and commercial? If it becomes such a significant impact, maybe the data center should be a fourth category if they become that significant, I guess.
That's a great point.
Could paint a little bit, better picture, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, so traditionally speaking, we have three classes of customer that are defined based on the usage patterns, and that goes back to rate design and cost causation. But to your point, Director Kavanaugh, it is always possible that depending on the usage and patterns of usage and cost causation, you may have some refinements to those customer classes. But it all has to be back to making sure that we are allocating the appropriate cost to the appropriate customers in that manner. It is possible that may be something that comes in the future.
So if I could piggyback on that, I mean, I think a question that I would expect to hear from folks is, hey, these data centers are driving much of this need. Are we bearing the brunt? Am I, as a residential customer, bearing the brunt of that additional, we need to add all of these resources? So, I mean, to dumb it down a little bit, are they paying their fair share?
Yes, they are. So I can ask Jeff to go a little bit deeper into the cost sharing and rate design, but everybody's paying their fair share, and that's something that we have very specifically called out on the way we design rates. We have customer classes, we have different rates and different cents per kilowatt hours, and all of that is in an attempt to allocate the right costs to the right customer classes. It is not perfect, right? Within a certain customer class, there's a customer that uses less than others. And so there's always some refinement, of course. But everyone is paying their fair share. And our intention is for us to continue our practices. And I've challenged CFO Bishop to continue to challenge his team on rate design to make sure that everyone is paying their fair share. Now, to the point that was made earlier about, hey, well, are people using data the same way at home? Well, or energy the same way at home? No, they're not. We're not, but we also are causing others to have to use more data. Our intention and our plan is to always make sure that the cost that is caused by us residential customers is only applied to residential customers, and same with commercial and same with industry. One of the beauties, and I've talked about this before in public, is when you have large industrial customers like a data center, they use our system more efficiently. They have a higher load factor. They're on all the time at a pretty high load factor, and they operate above 90%. So whatever we install is used more efficiently than a home, for example, where you have an air conditioning unit that it's on just a few times of the year, but then in 10 a.m. no one's at home. We're not using the system. It's not as efficient of a customer from a usage perspective. So, but all of those factors are included in the rate design, and our plan will continue to be that every customer class will pay for their fair share of the cost causation of the system. Jeff, anything I missed?
I don't think so. I don't know if there's anything else we can talk about for customer contributions, anything from that perspective. Brad, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so we would use a standard line extension agreement with customers as we consistently do if someone wants to interconnect to the system. And so we would be using that in these situations to make sure that costs are allocated fair, reasonably, and non-discriminatory. You know, we have good guidance in SD2, and we also have good guidance in case law and state statutes that make that very clear for us.
So, and this is a risk management practice, right? We have, it's very clear that when you as a resident in your own house select request service, we'll provide it. But that's very different than when you have a very large data center coming in that requires a lot more work. We work with that customer and they pay upfront a lot of the investment infrastructure. Eventually we reimburse them back, but it's a little bit to make sure that when they say they're gonna come in, they do come in and they stay here. Otherwise it would cost us to incur in costs that may not be necessary. So it's important for us to highlight that we have different mechanisms to mitigate that risk.
So that was going to be my next question is there seems to be the pace at which a data center could be stood up is much faster than the pace at which we could add generation, right? So that, which I feel that mismatch is part of what's giving me consternation about their ability to come in quickly, but our ability, it takes us several years to get generation. So that was going to be one of my next questions is to what extent do we have agency in helping to determine when they come in and protect us, protect our other customer owners? I think you just answered that. Is there anything you want to add on that?
Well, just really quick, we've talked about a lot of things that are changing in our service territory, the growth, et cetera. But one thing that is not changing is our commitment to our customers on reliability and resilience. Full stop. That is not changing. So in terms of agency, when we have large customers coming in and they want to add load faster than we can serve them, we've had to have serious conversations with them. Say, hey, we would love to serve you and we're here to serve you. We just can't serve you as fast as you want us to serve. Let's sit down, let's get across the table and get to an agreement about how fast we reasonably think we can bring reliable, affordable, environmentally sensitive power so that we can serve you and never put the reliability of the rest of the customers at risk. That's very important. And I thank you for the question because I think the public needs to know we are taking those measures and they're not fun conversations to have. Businesses have businesses to run and they want their facilities up and running. And we're in some instances telling them, slow down, we'll get there. but it's all to protect the reliability of the system.
It's a concern that we can be up fast enough to provide a service as quickly as these places are put, or data centers are put in place. On the flip side is, they're probably they probably have more mobility than, say, a Conagra would. They don't employ a whole bunch of people. I'm concerned if we would have a couple of our largest customers who need data centers, if they decide to leave at the same time. Where does that put us? I don't ask where it puts us, then not a good position, but how do we safeguard against that?
Yeah, and without revealing particular customer
I'm
information.
generalizing.
Yeah, but I think this is important. It's a question that I've asked the team and in my career conversation before, and it's really what brings data centers to our service territory?
Yeah.
It's the same question that says what's going to prevent them from moving out of our service territory? Many things, of course, the geographic location is important. Power generation, electric generation is important, but fiber telecommunications are equally important. So there's an added emphasis in our Midwest region, I'm going to say, not just Nebraska. You see a lot of them in Kansas. It's the access to fiber network connections that are important to them. We have talked to different customers. I'm not going to name anyone, but we have gotten good business intelligence telling us that Nebraska is one of the highest priorities for data centers for a lot of these companies. And again, it's a reliability, our track record of reliable power combined with the access to fiber network that is critical for them to run their operations. Is there a risk that one of these big data centers at some point may move away? Of course there is a risk. Is there a risk that some of these data centers, they may stay here, but they decide to compute less? There's always a risk. And this is something that Jeff Bishop and I have had many conversations, as well as Tim McRae, about how do we make sure that we continue to be good partners, and to the extent that we can continue to provide reliable, affordable, and environmentally sensitive energy services, that's our best mitigation action to keep those data centers coming in, or not coming in, but operating, we're generating that revenue that we need to pay for these investments.
I think the other thing we've seen too, a lot of times when the companies locate here, is they make a pretty intentional effort to talk about the dollar investment in the community. And many times it's multiples of hundreds of millions of dollars. And so if you've ever been in the service territories where these organizations are locating, you see the size of the infrastructure, and what you can't see is the server trays and the racks and all the semiconductors in the facilities, which certainly aren't cheap. And so they do make a very sizable investment in the community. They make it in their infrastructure, and then they also make it philanthropically for those organizations in and around the facilities that they would like to support. We've seen a lot of that over the last few years as well.
Might add one note on the relative to the data centers. You know, Javier talked about the electrification of the economy. Part of what's driving that is the digitization of the economy, right? So, and that's in essence what's happening. So I'll put a past add-on of an old life of an omni-channel retailer. So it is somewhat natural if we sit here as individuals, excuse me, and think about data centers, to think about, okay, what do I do on my phone and social media? And I equate that to data centers. But as Mr. O'Brien outlined, where people exist and where people spend time, commerce follows. And that is definitely true in what is driving the digitization of the economy. We can see that on popular apps that have been out there for a while, right? There's much commerce that goes on in those applications as there is personal traffic, and the way it's evening out the opportunity of various geographic areas to participate in the economy is huge.
Yeah, and I think that's where, Tim, I would connect with your statements around the diversity of industry that's locating here. When you talk about the areas of opportunity and how those things show up within the service territory, you talk about the ag processing, you talk about manufacturing, you talk about distribution centers. We've seen increases in all of those, and all of those industries kind of impact the community in different ways. And so I'm really connecting that comment.
May I ask a question? Totally unrelated to what has been discussed so far,
Yeah.
but an expectation setting element. Will part of the information that's presented next month include specific locations for assets and transmission and things like that? Or is that something that will come in future months?
Yeah, I think it would be our expectation to do that as soon as we could.
But not, so the information we're gonna present to the board next month, it's gonna talk about the portfolio. It's gonna be very similar to the resolution that we presented in 2019. We need X number of megawatts of this type of technology, X number of megawatts of this type of technology. We're not gonna say exactly which years they're gonna be online. We're not gonna specifically say where that is gonna be located. All of those details will be discovered and reported back to the board as time goes by, in a similar manner as we did the power with purpose projects that we have today. We didn't announce the years or the locations, but the board eventually found out early enough, and we've been talking about this. In fact, we'll have a presentation later on from Troy's team on progress where we continue to make on those. So to answer your question, no specific locations, no specific years in the resolution. We'll talk about qualitative discussion about when do we need to serve load, right? And that'll inform the board. These are resources that should be online in 2029, 2030, whenever the load is there to be met.
Thank you.
Other questions? I've got one last one. I didn't see, and maybe it was buried in a sub bullet on the DSM slide, anything that was specific to like a distributed solar aggressive push. Could you talk a little bit about how that's, I'm expecting that kind of question, right? So like, let's just kind of share some information about how that plays into the potential solution.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, and I'd welcome others in to contribute to the quality of the answer. I remember our recent history as far as applications for folks that would like to participate with us in this kind of solution to be something like a couple of hundred applications a year, then 500. I think last year was 2,000. And so effectively what we've done is we have doubled our district staff. We've made resource expansion and contributions in the customer service area as far as kind of some of those soft costs and the ease of application and getting safety reviews done and interconnect. So my characterization is we have a lot of that, and just in full candor, we're going to have to continue to invest in it to keep up. And that's a great story. That's a perfect power story. That's a customer freedom story around choice and how they're able to make the solutions that they want to make, and our ability to facilitate that. Tim, would you add anything more or correct anything?
It's a great characterization. Customer demand is continuing to be really strong. We're doing a number of process improvements. Addition to staff, as Brad highlighted, to be able to support and augment that with customers that are interested in it. And we're continuing to manage and expand the Trade Ally program so that we have partnered installers and solar companies out there that we have confidence in portraying to customers that are interested, that they'll do a good job in assisting in the purchase and the installation of the panels. So I feel we're in a very good spot. And we've seen, to Brad's point, the demand continue to reflect that.
I've said this before and I'll repeat it again. I think this is an all hands on deck moment for not only for OPPD, but for the region. And that also means an all resources on deck. We are focusing on the big ones that are in the hundreds and hundreds of megawatts, because that's important for us. That doesn't mean that individual projects and programs from distributed energy resources, rooftop solar for residential customers, batteries, energy efficiency, all of those things add up. I think we have a fantastic tailwind in that we have customers changing and adapting to those and requesting us without us having to push for those programs. So that will continue to be a part and a very important focus, as Heather Sipkin mentioned in her slide. It is also important for us to acknowledge we can't expect hundreds and hundreds of megawatts generated from those efforts overnight.
Right.
But it needs to be part of the whole portfolio. Yep.
Okay.
Can I throw one in there?
Please.
the answers about distributed energy and the growth of it. What's that look like from a non-residential customer? What's distributed energy for a business owner, industrial place? What's that look like?
So it would be, I would describe it as similar to Director Core in that we have teams of people that are prepared to engage with those customers if it's right for them, to walk through not only the financial implications, but if they choose to go forward with that, to help with the utility interaction. We would also partner with external entities that may be able to actually supply the panels and some of the installation, et cetera. We have a different group that tends to focus on that as it moves up the ladder in terms of size of customers that may be interested.
I think too, on the size piece, I might humbly offer that we've increased the size that customers are able to participate in that program, specifically at the commercial. So by bringing the size up, you would hopefully enable more participation for those customers who are interested. So we just continue to follow and invest in those discussions as best we can.
Another example of some things we have going on, and I'll be a little bit vague because being not quite sure of how public the information is. There are other providers that are in the ag space that are interested in helping to bring distributed resources to the ag perspective, and we're in active conversations with them about how can we help facilitate that and how can we partner together. So to Javier's point, I feel good that we have an all of the above approach to this challenge.
Yeah, that's great. There's so much momentum towards a lot of the organizations that I think you're vaguely referring to achieve the same net zero goals that we have. So they're just really good natural partnerships for us. Okay.
Sorry.
Yes.
Apologies.
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, so I guess, but wonders never cease. Two directors jumped in front of me on distributed energy resources. So I'll just put one more point on that. I'm glad to hear the discussion about it. Always glad to see it on a list when we talk about customer side programs. So I think we've covered that sufficiently. There were a couple other slides that I found particularly important here. Slide 78 about the breakdown of expected future use by sector. We don't need to flash back. I guess I just wanted to say, of the information that we've seen presented, I consider that slide to be very informative and very important to the discussion that we're having right now. Slide 85 about the DSM customer-facing programs and specifically the potential for future programs that we've talked about from some technical capabilities in the future. Glad to see that line tipping up in the future. I think that is an incredibly important part of where we're headed. It just continues to exceed expectations, in my opinion. Lastly, slide 89 that we're looking at right now about outcomes and next steps, and particularly the information that's on the slide coupled with the timeline that CEO Fernandez provided about what we expect in May and June. I think it's really important that we make that information available to our customer owners so they have clarity on what we are discussing today and what we will be discussing over the next few months so that everybody understands where we are and we don't end up with people who feel surprised. So I just wanted to share appreciation for those specific points of the presentation today and clarifying to everyone what we should expect over the next couple of months because what do you want? Do you want to quote your wife on this one again?
Expectations minus reality equals frustration.
That's it. So with that, thanks very much for the presentation. Those are all my comments.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you very much.
I think that's it for systems. I'd have to go back to the agenda.
Nope, that was it. All right, if systems is done, then it's lunchtime. We'll take a break and let's look for 1:30 to come back.
I was gonna say, don't we deserve 45 minutes?
Wow, he's giving us extra minutes. You never did that.
Like school.
You should just have me back here at 1.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Next on the agenda is the Public Information Committee, and I will pass it to Director Howard to get us going.
Thank you, Director Williams. Public Information Committee met on April 11th, and we discussed sort of what's going on in the legislature and some of our local government affairs. We also worked on our charter, which we will not discuss today. And then we went over the customer satisfaction monitoring report. And so with that, I will pass it over to Lisa Olson for our legislative and regulatory update.
Thank you so much. We're going to try to make up a little bit of time. So we're going to skip through some of the slides, but they'll be posted on oppd.com. And I wanted to get to the local update as well. So with that, Tim?
Well, thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to provide an update on our government affairs aspects. Next slide, please. This is exciting to see. You've seen this slide each month this year. You'll notice that there's no major updates past March 28th, but this is where the tough work is happening. And so the legislature has been working late into the evening, and even tonight is going to be a busy one. So I'll talk to you a little bit more about that and then move to completion of the session in June. So the next 20 days are extremely busy. We are on day 64. So just to forecast what I have, fortunately, bills are not moving quickly at all through the legislative process. However, that's allowed us good opportunity to educate senators on topics, things that OPPD has going on, things in our communities, in our region, and so that's been beneficial. But we have been spending a ton of time on the next slide, on the 3 bills that have been our priority and our focus, and have been making good progress. So I want to thank Seth Boyles, David, and Kelly from my team, and Steve Bruckner as well. They've been instrumental on a lot of these aspects. So I'll give you a quick snap on where we're headed. LB 61, this is the bill that would provide the opportunity to lease our fiber resources that we have in place today to providers that deploy that service. We have been working on this. This would be the 3rd year we've been spending time on this topic. The bill was moved out of committee and it was placed on a priority by Senator Frank. So we appreciate his efforts for that. We've been spending a lot of time with the industry in terms of telecom and other broadband providers of understanding what this means for OPPD and for their interests. And so Steve Bruckner and Seth and I have been spending time about amendments or other things that might need to be clarified in that through the legislative process. But things are moving quite well. So we're hopeful that we will have success with this bill moving forward. So that's good news on LB 61. The next one is LB 267. This is the critical workers bill. Just as the prior bill, this is our 3rd year working on this topic, but again, making great success. We are very pleased that this bill on March 14th did receive a committee priority from the Business and Labor Committee. So that is a great signal of that particular process. So been moving reasonably well there. This next stage to hopefully be scheduled in terms of legislative debate. But should come on after about day 70. So day 70 is an important day. I should take a step back of where the budget process needs to move forward, which moves us into the last bill is LB 237. And so this is part of the budget process. So we unfortunately didn't move the bill forward as we had hoped in terms of its form. However, been continuing to work to appropriate funds for this in the legislative appropriation process or the budget process. There's a lot of things that will be coming to the floor soon on what the budget bills look like. So there's many interests that we're continuing to watch very, very closely. So that will keep our team very busy watching what agencies have money for different programs or other things that are important to our business interests. So the budget process is an important time for us. The other bill that I wanted to highlight, it's actually up today. It's LB 565. It is the Natural Resources Committee priority bill, and it is has many bills put together in it. So it's scheduled on the agenda today. We think it'll come up around supper time, and so they can work all the way to 12:59 tonight. So I'm not sure how long they'll go. There's a bunch of different parts in this bill. So the bill is termed the Hydrogen Hub Bill. So that was the vehicle used by the Natural Resources Committee. It includes a bunch of things in it. One is a definition on reliability that was from another bill that we worked with the industry and the senator and the committee to include. It also has a clarification on advanced metering infrastructure for municipal entities. Doesn't relate to us, but they wanted to seek legislative clarity on that. Also has a provision that electric utilities would provide details to the Power Review Board should they ask. We continue to do that whenever they ask for questions or resources, so it just provides clarity there. Then it includes some other things around permitting for games and gaming parks as part of the committee package. And so we're neutral on all of the items in that particular bill, so it's in form that doesn't directly hurt or really press us in terms of new business decisions or operations. So that bill will be coming up I think later tonight. So that really are the highlights. There's several slides in the past. There's been no major movement on them, but did want to make sure the board and the public had the slides of bills that we're continuing to watch. So this session, we've been watching about 150 bills of the over 800 that have been introduced so far. So things will change quite a bit. So urgent things come up, Lisa will place a call or send a note to you forward. So that's the legislative side. I'll take questions if you have it. We'll move to a quick local update.
The bill dealing with partisanship elections for OPPD, we've been excluded from that law. Is that correct? Way read it proper.
There is no bill moving on that particular topic. There is, Director Kavanaugh, in LB 565, there is a part there that would allow, and Seth, I think, is on the line, he may help me. It clarifies who could run for NPPD's board. So there was a question of could a manager or someone else from another utility that may be a customer of NPPD's, or they just live in that region, could they be a board member? So that part is in LB 565. So that's the only election type component that's moving this year. Okay.
On LB 237, the weatherization bill, did you say that the content had changed or say more about that?
Move forward in its form. However, we've been working with Senator Wayne and others to hopefully put more money into the natural or the energy and environment budget to fund the weatherization program. So it'd be another way to increase that rather than moving the bill forward. So that'll come out here in the next little bit, probably when it's released, but how favorable it be. There's a lot of movement on budget items at the moment. So. All right, Ms. Lane, we'll move to the local update. Wanted to highlight just a couple things going on at local level. There's a lot. And so we've been continuing our journey of education and ensuring local counties have the questions or answers or be subject matter experts in terms of solar zoning and planning. OPPD is we try and be a subject matter expert in those regards. Cass County has been working on their comprehensive plan, so all of their planning and zoning regulations for about 3 years. And they're at the very end of those updates. So the updates will be voted on April 25th. There have been many changes and amendments through the journey. Some of them are highlighted there. The topic has been very much around renewable energy, but again, it is a whole comprehensive set of new regulations. We think it doesn't inhibit development. It does allow for opportunities for developers to utilize zoning regulations for projects. So that is moving forward with the county commissioners coming up on the 25th to finally adopt that. So teams have been at every meeting along the way and had many testifiers. Brad Underwood's been a big part of that effort as well. So wanted to highlight that because it's been a topic that has came up quite frequently. No questions. I'll just go to the next slide real quick too.
What's the difference between commercial and trans ag?
Sorry, Director.
What is the difference between commercial ag and trans ag district? Is anything significant? Obviously, it must be.
I might have Steve help me, but I'll try and get the highlights. And so there's the various zoning types, and every county does them a little different. Trans ag is often along a corridor, along a county road, oftentimes. where it might be a half a mile or close to a village or city, where it might transition from agriculture to another use. So it's just defined, and often there's different zoning regulations to protect potentially that corridor.
For development later on.
Yeah, often Transag can be around airports or other facilities. So in Cass County, there's a lot of growth anticipated. And so they're seeking to make sure that they have the right zoning in place that meets the growth that's happening over time. So that's Transag, and then it could move into a form of use, commercial, industrial, or residential. So that signal of Transag, it helps developers or folks that want to develop an acreage or whatever kind of development, have a signal that the county's starting to think about a transition of land use. Because you might know what your friends or neighbors or businesses might be. And that's been an important one because there's so many growth pockets through Cass County. They've spent a lot of time talking about corridors.
Thanks, Jim.
Perfect, right?
So is trans short for transitional?
Transitional culture, yep. Next slide, this is the last one, just another couple good updates. Javier joined the Odo County Commissioners to talk about our vision, our power forward to 2050, progress on pilot purpose, and then just other OPPD related business operations with our largest asset being Odo County. Javier, I don't know if you've got any comments, but didn't that's just another outreach meeting with
Yeah, just a quick comment, that there was quite a bit of interest in in the growth that we're experiencing. We just talked about these in the session and topic right before lunch break. I talked about the massive growth that we're experiencing, going from 4 megawatts a year to 100 megawatts a year. That seemed to resonate with commissioners. They didn't quite necessarily understand the magnitude of the growth. It was very interesting, very good discussion. They asked a few questions. They asked me specific questions about generation technology. They asked me whether I was for wind, the wind this down there. And my response was, I am for electrons, period. I am for electrons and for serving our service territory. And I talked about how important it was for us to have a diversity of geography, diversity of generation technology in our portfolio, and how fast we need to bring that generation on board. And that message seemed to resonate well with commissioners. They seem to be appreciative. Asked a few more follow-up questions, but I think the reception was good. They appreciate our presence in Odo County, having our largest generation plant in Nebraska City, and I confirmed our commitment to continue to work with commissioners and with members of the community as we continue to have plans. They asked me if we had any plans for any new generation in the county, and I told them we don't officially at this point, but that's not to say we won't have in the future. So it's important for them to be partners with us and to continue the open conversation.
Lastly, this is a tee up to Troy and Brad's presentation later on Power with Purpose, but our government affairs standpoint, we've been staying, working with updates on Saunders County through the Platteview project construction. That has been going really well. So our team, our government affairs teams have been super busy on the state, local, and federal fronts as well. But that concludes my prepared remarks. I'll take any questions if there are. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, next up is Tim. He's going to give us an update on the customer satisfaction monitoring report.
Thank you, Director Howard. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tim McRae, the Vice President of Customer Service. I'll provide the monitoring report on Strategic Directive 5, Customer Satisfaction. I want to start with some thank yous very quickly. I want to say thanks to a couple of key individuals in Lisa's market research team. Michael Leary and Tammy Ferris do a wonderful job in helping us manage our syndicated study providers and help us interpret the data and the messaging. I also want to thank the customer service team, the public affairs team that are out interacting with our customer owners every day, and many other people throughout the district that are either directly in touch with our customers or are working and supporting those that do. So I want to thank them. I also want to make an introduction today. Mr. Matt Hardback joins us today. Matt is just recently joined the customer service team. You may recognize him from some past innovation and continuous improvement efforts. Matt is our Director of Customer Experience and Operations. And in introducing him and going over the results I'm about to go over, I recognize that I'm setting Matt up next year to be able to say, look, I fixed it. So achieving high levels of customer service is certainly core to OPPD's mission, but also our core values and also elements of our Powering the Future to 2050 strategy as well. The board works to ensure that OPPD obtains regular feedback from our customers and through syndicated studies and a variety of other methods that we'll talk about, and that we use that to influence, evaluate strategic priorities and investments in customer satisfaction improvement efforts. So Aaron, you can move forward to the next slide, please. The accountabilities that make up Strategic Directive 5 are to regularly obtain feedback from our owners, measure customer satisfaction. We do that in a variety of ways. We'll spend most of our time talking about 2 syndicated studies that make up the core of that measurement. That we use the voice of the customer obtained in a variety of different ways to help influence our operations, our investments, and our activities. That we interact with customer owners in a respectful, dignified manner. We provide ways for customer owners to indicate their dissatisfaction should we not serve them well, and we certainly do. And that we provide periodic trend updates to the board. We tend to do that in the director's update on a monthly basis to give insights into customer trends, as well as periodic updates on products and services we're introducing, and of course, this monitoring report. So you can move forward here. These are a number of the ways that we receive feedback from our customer owners. These are the top 4 are consistent with last year, and actually the 5th one we've added is a little bit of a forest for the trees call out, but we interact with customers 1,000+ times every day between customer contacts and social media interactions, email interactions, people out in the field. So we have multiple opportunities to get feedback from our customers. Aaron, you can move forward. The residential, we're going to break our review today into residential customer satisfaction and business customer satisfaction. On the residential side, we use J.D. Power as our syndicated study host and strategy, if you will. They measure over 100 attributes of customer satisfaction for over 142 different utilities that are part of this syndicated study that they conduct. They provide quarterly data, and we get about 200 to 300 responses or customer hits, if you will, in completing the study each wave. So roughly 1,000 per year. Our goal has been to achieve top quartile performance in this study. Aaron, you can move forward. Our final 2022 J.D. Power score was a little bit bittersweet. We came in at 739 for the year. That landed us in 5th place out of 16 peer utilities in the Midwest mid-size peer group that we measure ourselves against. So we were just outside of top quartile, top of 2nd quartile, in fact. What's disappointing about that is our finish by our methodology. We were actually top quartile in the prior 3 quarters throughout the year. So the summation of what did we see in that customer feedback, while there were many different elements that were down slightly, the core, we believe, and customer feedback suggests, is wrapped around economic pressure. So there's a great deal of emphasis around pricing and price competitiveness, rate fairness. Those were all areas that declined significantly. And what we find with our customer surveys, not too different than when we may complete a customer survey ourselves for someone we do business with.
that the business tends to believe that a customer respond in a complete vacuum, right? I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna completely isolate my experience with OPPD and it's only that. And in reality, it's influenced by every other thing that's going on in our lives. So we believe, and the data would suggest, that if we continue to feel, in this case, economic pressure, pricing pressure, affordability pressure, that certainly manifests itself in those categories, but it also manifests itself in other areas as well. That influences the value I place on the service you provide, the value I place on the products and services that you provide to me, the way you communicate, et cetera. So it influences a great deal of perceptions. Within these results, there were some upticks, though, that were really positive. Actually, Troy highlighted one earlier today when he talked about SD4, and the performance there is we had been a 10th place or third quartile in 2021 on perfect power. It's an important attribute of service and power quality in the residential study. And through the work of Troy, his team, and many, many others, we jumped that to 4th place in 2022. So it's great to see not only the investments in the work that Troy portrayed manifest in the results he shared, but to see them manifest themselves in customer satisfaction is wonderful as well. We saw awareness around economic development efforts, and while that tempered just a little bit, we know that when customers recognize our involvement in economic development, that also tends to boost their overall scores. And we saw efforts to resolve an issue increase slightly as well, whereas that had dropped just a little bit before. Aaron, you can move forward. So I'll draw your attention to 3 pieces of information on this slide. It's a rather busy slide. The numbers at the bottom depict the number of Midwest mid-sized utilities, so our peer set of 16. 143, it varies a little bit as utilities go in and out, but that's the total utility set. Above that is our quartile placement for the previous 3 years. To point out are 2 additional data points in the graph itself. One is you'll see the general trend over the past 3 years, and that is not only with top performers, with our own scores, and with the Midwest mid-sized. There's been a gradual degradation of customer satisfaction scores, and we've unfortunately followed that. Also, the red line at the top is admittedly a different study. So, but we throw it on here just for a point of reference. It's one way that we measure customer satisfaction. This is a survey we conduct or offer to customers that have made contact with our customer care center. And we see, we're pleased to see those scores. Now it's a different subset of customers, a different nature of characteristic when we interact with them, but we're glad to see those numbers. Aaron, you can move forward, please. Okay, now we're going to talk about the business performance, and you can go forward to the next slide. Thanks. So our business engagement is measured a little bit differently. We see that ending with a score of 732, so that also saw a dip this year. We use a different syndicated study partner for the business survey. We use Escalent's Cogent study. That study is administered online. It consists of about 150 questions. There are 3 core components that are used to derive the engaged customer relationship score. You see at the top, ours being 732. Those 3 segments are service satisfaction, product experience, and brand trust. We've seen some, we're certainly disappointed with that performance, and we're working to continue to improve it. And we've seen some themes emerge from the feedback. There's a lot of data that we're continuing to dig into, but some of the initial themes are a general lack of awareness about how we specifically support business growth and business development in the area, which is interesting because I know the engagement my team has, they would say, boy, there's a lot of that going on, yet it highlights an opportunity to continue to educate. The results also would say that there's maybe a lack of awareness or a lower awareness than we'd like around our environmental sensitivity and the work we have going on there, as well as our preparation for storms, outages, and emergencies. And as we read into that, we continue to read into, though they don't specifically mention financial pressure, there is data that suggests that that is influencing, that businesses are feeling that financial pressure, and that also continues to influence their perceptions in these areas as well. And also on product experience, the theme is that businesses are hungry to hear more about programs from OPPD that can help them save money, help with their own environmental sensitivity, and make other improvements in their business on their energy quality. Aaron, we can move forward. So this is a slightly different depiction of some of the same results. And what I would call out here is that we take this data, especially on the Escalent cogen side, as good directional indicators. What we do find, and Michael and Tammy do a great job of analyzing our response rate and the degree of variability. Perhaps not surprisingly, we find we have a lower response rate on the business side, and it increases the variability of the range of likely results. So what's the sensitivity one way or another to that? And in addition, all of our peer sets of the mid-size utilities in this study have even far lower response rates than we do. So that throws those results into a little bit of question and variability as well. So we take them directionally. They're part of how we measure it, but we look to augment those with other results as well. Aaron, you can move forward. This is a similar look at the data with a couple of additional data points on the top. You'll remember on the residential side that I just added one other view of a different type of customer satisfaction. The two data points at the top of this slide do the same. The red bar indicates a follow-up survey to customers that engage with our commercial and industrial energy solutions team. So admittedly, it's a very small subset, and they've just benefited from great one-on-one interaction with that team in specific projects. So we're glad to see that we continue to get very high marks there. The green dot on the right side indicates a small and medium-sized commercial study that we commissioned this past year that mirrors a little bit of the Escalent study. And we're pleased to show that those are very high marks there as well. So they are not the syndicated study, the results that we measure ourselves against, but they are positive data points. And one of the key takeaways we offer of that is that one-on-one interaction with our commercial and our business customers yields really good results. Aaron, you can go forward. So looking at those results, the summation of what are the broad things that we're doing to improve the satisfaction of our customer owners. Well, customer engagement for the future is one that you have heard repeatedly about. It's a strategic initiative that is just coming to close. We'll actually hear a little bit about that Thursday night, that we're moving that into execution. That is certainly a key element of what we're doing. We're also working to mature our customer experience function. A new leader in Matt joining the fold, and a new focus that we're creating around that function to go specifically smooth customer journeys. We're renewing the annual business customer meeting that had been sidelined for a couple of years during the pandemic. We're bringing that back this year to further engage our business customers. We are continuing the implementation of our business customer strategy that emanated from a strategic initiative of a few years ago, and we're continuing to staff that and drive the maturity of it. We're continuing to collaborate with, sorry. We're continuing to collaborate with business and trade groups throughout our service territory to engage and be able to reach more customers. Some examples might be MOBA or Build Omaha and other organizations that can help us connect more. And we're mobilizing internally around more and more unique customer needs that we're seeing. more and more customers, especially in the mid to large size, that need unique energy needs and unique environmental needs. So the executive summary, and I am going to condense here, knowing the board has the opportunity and some of the other information pose questions. Overall, the industry saw a downturn in 2022. Our results reflect that as well. We narrowly missed the residential goal, and we're continuing to watch and work carefully on the business results as well. We're improving business customer engagement, and we realize that's a marathon, not a sprint, and we have a great deal of work to do there. And optimistic that all of the activities we're taking on are going to produce those results, and we'll see these trends turn around. So Aaron, I think in the interest of time, we can advance to the recommendation slide. So our recommendation would be that the committee finds that while we have not yet met our goals, that we are taking reasonable appropriate measures to become sufficiently in compliance of this SD. So I'll pause there for any questions or comments.
I'll just speak about the conversation that the committee had, acknowledging that when we look at these numbers, it looks like our customer satisfaction is going down. And so instead of saying you're in sufficient compliance with FT5, acknowledging that these are not the numbers that we want to see, or they're not going in the direction that we want them to go in, we sort of modified the recommendation because we acknowledge that Tim and his team are really sort of making these robust efforts to improve these numbers. And so that's why the recommendation isn't just like they're in compliance or they're not in compliance, right? It's sort of more nuanced in that we can see as a board that they're making, they're taking those steps to improve those numbers. So that's why it looks a little bit different than some other recommendations that we've seen.
And I'm not sure how to ask this question. So if we could go back to, I think it was 124 on your slide deck, the bullet point list of improving customer satisfaction. There are 6 activities here. I'm wondering, I feel like 6 initiatives in this area is quite a lot. And I'm just wondering if you were to narrow the view and do 3 of these instead and be really good at them, how that might translate to improve customer satisfaction in future years. I guess of this list, what do you think is the most important?
That's a great question, Director Wagner. Certainly customer engagement for the future, I would rank as one of the most important. It's the most broad, it's the most well-developed, if you will, being the benefit of a strategic initiative. I think that maturation of the customer experience function would be the next one. So that as we mature that function, that will specifically look at customer journeys that we have mapped and work across the organization to improve those. And I think the continued implementation of the business customer strategy is another one of those 3 of those 6 that I would say we're the most heavily focused on, especially in light of the business satisfaction results we've seen.
All right. So maybe think about it in those terms. Maybe we don't need the other 3 right now. I don't know.
Appreciate
Just an observation. Because that kind of goes to also, if you bump forward 2 or 3 slides where we have the prioritization using voice of the customer, this list seems unreasonably long as well.
Yeah, and I would acknowledge that these are things that have been accomplished, that have been informed by the voice of the company, customer. So are not these initial additional initiatives we're taking. It's a demonstration of things that we already have in place and are deploying right now.
And if I may, and something that Tim alluded to a little bit with the customer engagement for the future, it's the moments that matter. And this is a term that I learned from Heather Siepken, right? We are, satisfying the customer when they turn on the light switch and the light's on. That's a very basic, of course. We talked about resource adequacy at length earlier. That's super important, but what else can we do throughout the journey? And it's those moments that matter whenever they interact with it, whenever there's a permit and they're building a new facility, a new residential home. Those are moments that matter, and we need to work on those. Technology is incredibly important for us to deliver those moments that matter. And so right now, we have organizational, we have operational priorities at OPPD, and we have 4 areas. And 2 of those areas, one of them is AMI, and the other one is technology. None of them necessarily talk about customer engagement for the future, but those 2 are necessary in order for us to deliver those moments that matter. So from the executive team, it's a little frustrating for us to see these numbers because we know we can do better, and we will do better. And we need these investments to be in place so that then we can really unleash the power that we have to really do better and deliver those moments that matter to our customers.
Great.
All right.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Director Howard.
That is it.
Sorry. If we could, I'm interested in the additional reflections on SD5. We talked about compliance, but I want to I have a question about additional compliance. I have 2 things to say. One is, I want to echo what Sarah described as what I thought was a valuable, yet challenging conversation about compliance on this, because this is really tough work. So I just want to acknowledge that, like, I'll speak for myself. I don't have concerns about the team that's doing the work, the strategy. This is just a reflection of the fact that the numbers just didn't line up with where we kind of want them to be. So I want to acknowledge the good work first. The second thing that I wanted to bring up on this slide in particular is I have a question about, and this is antithetical to what you just described as narrowing our focus, but I want to zoom out just for a moment and ask, are there any other stakeholders for whom we're interested in the quality of our interaction? So, and part of the reason I'm bringing this up is because I've had a few other entities come to me and kind of express concerns about the way in which we're showing up in some of our work. And that sentiment wouldn't be captured in anything that we're doing here. But they are stakeholders with whom we work with on a very regular basis.
Customer owners?
They, I think I can talk about generally who they are. They are developers, primarily.
Representing customer owners.
Developers representing customer owners. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Yep. And so, and I'm happy to talk about that in specificity. And we've had a kind of an offline about it a couple months ago. But their concern was, hey, look, the time is money for us, and we think there's an opportunity for OPPD to do a better job of helping to accelerate some of these development projects that we have. And we've talked about some of the reasons for that. And so I don't want to get into that specific example, but for me, it just kind of, I had to reflect on what is our role as a board. And for me, it kind of came back to SD5 and whether or not, and yet they're not customers necessarily, although they may be like in their office building, right? But I just found myself thinking, are there other stakeholders for whom we're interested in the quality of our relationship? I don't know the answer to that, and maybe it's something that the committee takes back and has a discussion about, but I just wanted to flag it here because I'll just speak for myself. I am personally interested in the way in which we interact with our suppliers and our vendors and other key stakeholders that we have in the community. And we don't have, I don't have a data set that tells me about the quality of those relationships at present.
Well, and great question. And the reason I asked a little bit more is because we have SE13 on stakeholder outreach, which is outreach and interactions versus satisfaction, which is what we're measuring here. And I think there's a little bit of crossover here.
Sure.
Ultimately, a developer has a relationship with a customer, right? And if if time is money for them, time is money for the customer. And if the project is delayed for them, the project is delayed for the customer. To your point, are we truly capturing the satisfaction or dissatisfaction by just surveying the customer? Or is there value in surveying up in that supply chain at some point to catch things and react and develop processes that ultimately benefit that customer?
Well, yeah, and whether or not it goes back to the customer or not, I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think you're right. There's kind of an overlap here of 5 and 13, and I don't have something specific that I'm looking for, right? Like I'm not aware of, I want this metric. Yeah. But for me, it's just kind of the general question about, we work with a lot of different companies, different organizations, different NGOs, different developers. And for me, the question was just kind of, what's the quality of those relationships for us?
It's a great question, and I can provide just a brief update that I would, when we think about customer experience, we think about those, at least in our function, those maybe a little C customer, broader defined that we interact with to include some of those entities, Director Moody. So we don't, not that anyone's inferring that, we don't go through an exercise to say, are they a survey taking customer and we focus there or not? We take input through a variety of different ways, some of which you've seen and have been involved in. We highlighted those on the slide. We take all of that. That is the voice of the customer data that Director Wagner highlighted on the one slide. So while we focus on the syndicated studies because it's the key part of the measure for this SD, we more broadly focus on taking all input from all customers and reacting this with the same veracity to try to make sure there's a good experience, be that developer or residential customer or business owner.
Okay.
Does that help to answer your question?
It starts to, for me, and and again, this is just I'm testing the temperature a little bit. But I would be curious in another conversation to better understand how some of the other stakeholders that at least I have in mind, how those get incorporated into this.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. We can talk about it in PI a little bit more because I think that's a good subject for us to discuss. And then if it's something that the full board needs to know, about, we could dig into it and explain it then. Okay, any final questions for Tim? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Tim. The PI committee is complete.
Great. That moves us to the other business portion of the agenda. First is information of the board meeting agenda. Have a slide for that. All right. Items that have been discussed. We have a list of consent items. Does any director have any consent agenda items that they would like to see moved to the action item or discussion item list?
There was one item earlier. What was it?
Yeah, which
7.
Is it number 2?
Oh,
Two?
Sorry.
yeah, number 2 is
7 and 8.
So it would really be like number
Yes.
7. I'm recognizing the number.
From the title, acquisition of land rights.
Yes.
Sounds good. Anything else? Good with all the financial items? Okay. Sounds like one item moving to the discussion agenda. The rest will remain on the consent agenda. Okay. With that, we've got the board work plan. And I have not received any updates from any of the committees about any changes. Does anyone have anything they need to report now from their committee about additional work other than what has been outlined at the board work plan?
I'll just note that we talked about SD4 today and the need to continue to monitor what SPP is doing. Yep. But I just acknowledging that that's there and on hold, and that's on hold because we're waiting on SPP, right?
It is, but we may choose to have something in between.
Sure.
Depending on the duration of time that we think it'll take for that to get through stakeholders.
Okay. Sounds good. And Reminder that we have anticipated meetings May, June, but not meetings in July, as we discussed earlier. We'll have the board work plan work around those things. We'll be back in August. Okay, with that, we do have an additional presentation item on the other business section. That would be the Power with Purpose update. Corey, you start us off? Yeah, looks like you are.
Sure, I'll kick it off. We have Megan Walker online. She's actually going to provide generally speaking, she would come here, but we're working through some schedule and some challenges with the project. So her and her team are on site with Zachary today. Full day off site, probably see something like that again tomorrow. We'll talk about today some of the progress we've seen, as well as, share broadly some of the challenges we have in projects. So I know Megan is trying to be promoted. Is she ready to go?
She should be.
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Yeah, so Megan Walker, Manager of Construction Management within our Utility Operations Division. I'll be giving an update today on our Power with Purpose generation projects. First up, I'll talk about Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek Station. If you want to go to one more slide. All right, thank you. At Standing Bear Lake, the site progress is approximately 50% complete. Some of the key activities going on in our construction area for the substation, they are installing switches and insulators in that switchyard area. Additionally, concrete cable raceways are being placed next to the control house foundation. If you look at the bottom right-hand picture, you'll see both the control house foundation and just to the left of it, that raceway I was talking about for the cables. In our generation side, they're erecting steel structure for our radiators. And since this presentation has been prepared, the actual radiator fans have all been placed and installed on top of that structure. If you look at the upper right-hand corner, that's the erection that we were talking about for the radiators. Additionally, between the generation side and substation side of the project is where our power distribution centers will be located. They house various electrical equipment. So Zachary, our engineer, procure, construct vendor, is doing a lot of work to prepare for those PDCs with excavation, cable runs, and eventually they'll be pouring foundations. On our engine hall, which will house our 9 Wardzilla engines and the generators, a lot of work is going on there by EnergyLink and Zachary, where they're installing vapor barriers on the walls, as well as preparing the roof. If you look at the bottom left-hand picture, that is a picture of the engine hall looking northeast at the site. And so you can kind of see some of the activity and progress related to that engine hall there. Next slide, please. All right, at our Turtle Creek Station, progress there is approximately 49% for site progress. Again, key activities in the for construction perspective in the substation, they are installing insulators. If you look at the upper right-hand corner picture, you'll see individuals installing insulators in our switchyard or substation area. They have completed the ground grid in that area, as well as they are running various conduits to connect the breakers within the switchyard area. From a generation perspective, a lot of different activities are going on at the site. If I call your attention to the lower left-hand corner, that is a foundation that was poured for our power distribution center. Similar to Standing Bear Lake, this is an area that will house various electrical components. That particular pour was close to 1,000 cubic yards and was done successfully. In the middle picture down in the bottom, that is a Siemens electrical package. Those are equipment that supports the gas turbine and generator from Siemens. And so that's being placed on its raised platform. And then on the lower right-hand corner, that's a picture of what will be the control room at Turtle Creek Station. You can see in particular that they're building the raised floor in that area. One more slide, please. I did want to discuss and bring up some of the challenges and opportunities that we're facing with both projects. A lot of these things are issues and challenges that come up on other large projects. and it's kind of complicated and complex given the changing market conditions that we're experiencing currently. So I wanted to point out from a supply chain perspective, we have seen uptick in lead times and costs with both commodities and some of the major equipment, particularly on the electrical side of things. We are monitoring key equipment testing, ensuring that the testing is done in a timely fashion to support the execution of the project, and also monitoring from a transportation perspective, ensuring those deliveries stay on track and support the project. From a resource challenge perspective, we are working closely with Zachary, and they're also working closely with their subs or subcontractors on resource availability to support the projects. Given the local area and major construction boom that is going on, they are looking ahead on what is required for skilled labor and given disciplines. It could be electrical, it could be welding. So really just trying to be very specific on what are their upcoming needs to ensure they have those resources to support the project timeframes. Given some of those challenges, we are seeing some push in the site progress, particularly what we're seeing currently as a potential is that our Q1 2024 operational readiness dates could be sliding into the second quarter of 2024. That is something that our team is working very closely with Zachary, as well as some of our experts in-house, like our supply chain. Where are areas of opportunity? Where are some of the relationships that maybe OPPD has that can help facilitate that and mitigate some of those challenges that we are seeing? And then another item I did want to bring up from with that comes potential for cost increases. Currently, we are seeing an increase of approximately 8% above our power review board, that's PRB estimates for the project, currently at our 50%, given that we're 50% complete with the project. So these are things that certainly no project goes without having challenges, but we do understand the importance of bringing these units on as timely as possible and trying to do what we can to mitigate some of these unforeseen challenges and unique challenges given some of the marketplace area. So I might just pause to see if there's any questions before I proceed on with the solar update.
Yeah, I have a brief question. Megan, I'm not sure it's for you though. Does anyone have any update about our engagement with SPP about the generation interconnection process?
Yes, we do. Good news, not final news, but definitely making progress. Brad, are you willing to share just a brief summary of where are we with the receiving both the interim generation or a submission for the interim permit and then also the phase 2 results we received?
Yeah, so as you noted, we have applied for interim service. Interim service was a solution that a variety of RTOs have offered load serving entities amidst the backlog queue. So people are having a hard time bringing resources on. Utilities have to serve load. And so the stopgap is interim service. We are in the middle of applying for interim service for the natural gas units. And so that effort is underway. And when the filing is made and when there's been a ruling, we would bring that information back to the board.
When there's a ruling, because different filings have already been made, but we'll wait to report back when
the capital R ruling. Yes, sir. The last one. Thank you.
Great. And you want to talk about the phases, the dices on the permanent generation interconnection? That's important because those events are tied to the refueling of our North Omaha station. And as we've told the public, that's important for us to report back on what progress we're making. Are we still on track? And any bad news or good news? I think in this case, it's all good news. Right?
Yeah, I'm going to phone a friend at this point in Dan Linehan, but by process with each year, all of the applicants who are requesting interconnection service get clustered and reviewed in phases. And so there's effectively kind of 3 phases is the way I would articulate it. There's phase 1. They look at certain transmission attributes that actually Dan spoke about earlier. And then some people elect to stay in or get out. And then phase two, they look at the next set of transmission attributes and what the impact would be to the system. And same decision point as phase one, people elect to stay in or they elect to get out. And then phase three would be the completion of the study and the generator interconnection agreement between the generator operator, the transmission owner, and the RT.
So then at a high level, what results did we get? And any additional, any information that you have that may require us to build additional infrastructure?
So getting caught up in the question to make sure I understand, it's how are our power and purpose gas assets flowing through the SPP study process?
For the permanent interconnection, yes.
Okay, I heard Brad mention the three-phase study process. We talked about the delays they've had in the past. So we have the phase one results, which are favorable at this point without showing large network upgrade requirements. Excuse me, but there's still 2 more study phases to go through, and we anticipate receiving the phase 2 study results early next year. And those are probably the more primary results I would pay attention to. The phase 1 results are, I would say, high-level indicators, but not really good signals to really tell you for sure what the bank on. So it could be a false positive through the phase 1 results, I would say, and the phase 2 results is where I really pay attention. So early next year, we'll probably get a pretty good indication and a milestone of how our gas assets are flowing through the backlog SPP generation interconnection.
So far, everything is progressing as planned, no surprises. So that's the good news. No, phase 1 could have resulted in information that would have said, hey, likely we will have some surprises in phase 2, and that was not the case. So I think that's, if the plan is falling and it's following the expected path.
We have some data points. The kind of targeted be-all, end-all data point is the middle of next year, when they're supposed to complete the study and execute a generation interconnection agreement. So that's kind of the general end date we're looking at. And these dates fluctuate a little bit as they move through their study process, but I think that's still a pretty good target. Is the middle of next year, we should have pretty good indications of how our assets are flowing through the grid study.
Middle of 2024, which means that then at that point, when we have the final irrevocable interconnection agreement, then we move into action with the refueling of North Omaha 4 and 5. Of course, we have to take into account the season of the year and make sure that we have good outage planning, but that leaves us enough margin for us to deliver the refueling by no later than the end of 2026. Again, with all the caveats of many things that have to happen, not to mention the actual physical delivery of Standing Bear Lake Station and Turtle Creek Station, which we just heard the update. It's delayed, but it's going well and within that same time frame. So all the plan is following the anticipated path.
I think you brought up a great comment, Javier, if I could, around the volume of steps that have to be taken. You apply to cease operations at a generator, you apply for unit outages, you apply for a GIA. And so there's a lot of activities, I think, that are difficult to summarize for people, but your summary was great at the highest level. And we'll have to navigate each of these steps as we go through it. But to fundamentally answer the question, it's as expected with no bad news. And we hope that would continue and will be very important.
There you go. One sentence. Thank you.
I appreciate you anticipating my question about how that connects to construction or other operational activities at North Omaha Station. Perhaps in future updates, there could be a slide that would reflect what is going on at North Omaha Station. And if that is no update, that would be perfectly appropriate. But I have had specific requests for information about where are we here. I think this would be a good vector to share that information with the public. Again, if we anticipate nothing until mid-2024, it's perfectly acceptable. But I do know that people are interested in making sure that we are providing information about the timeline related to the actions there as well.
Noted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. Just making sure we're done. We talked about this in systems, but I do want to ask the question here, that 8% number. Megan, could you remind us what the PRB estimate was and give us a sense for, that was early, so how there wasn't 100% clarity on what that estimate was?
Yep, the Power Review Board application was submitted in the fall of 2020. That was before we had any of our contracts executed with our OFB or owner furnished equipment vendors or our engineer procure construct vendor. And that was our estimate at the time for both projects was $651 million with which includes both the generation and substation portions.
So 8% then, just from a capital planning standpoint, I mean, is there anything that we as a board need to be mindful of there? Or is this kind of within the reasonable margin of error that we were expecting and we're good?
Well, it's not ideal, of course, and in the middle of these, we estimated these in the middle of the pandemic, of course, but we've had since the rapid rise in inflation, delays in supply chain, and frankly, I mean, you could argue these 8% is lower than what could have been, still not with these, and part of it is delays, it's labor, it's equipment. I think an important question here and something that we need to continue to work with the PRB is continue to inform them that the project really hasn't changed, the scope hasn't changed. But if at some point they want us to come back and report that, we will do that. We've been keeping close with the PRB commissioners and we will continue to do that.
Yeah, well, and I wasn't judging 8% as being good or bad. It's just when the total number is 650 million, it's a consequential number.
Yep.
So from a financial standpoint, is that creating any unexpected pressures on us, or are we good?
No, we should be fine. You know, again, as we talked about, we monitor on a monthly basis with all of them. Obviously, as you highlighted, this is a fairly sizable project, but projects are up and down, some slide from year to year as well. So we're feeling very comfortable with what we've got out there right now from a modeling perspective. Obviously, as we get further along in the year, we'll have better clarity there as well.
Okay.
But nothing is materially required to change.
Got it. Thank you. Now I'm done.
All right, thank you. Solar, one more slide, please. All right, so for our Platteview Solar project, from a substation perspective, that is approximately 50% complete. Recent completion activities include foundation work, duct banks, grounding, and fence expansion. Currently, they're also working on structural build out in the site. So above ground progress is always great to see. For AES, the developer, the progress there is approximately 30% complete. Obviously, they are working with Blue Ridge Power as the engineer, procure, and construct vendor for the project. Overall, that's about 30% in progress. Some key things from a design perspective is the 90% packages for both electrical and structural are being reviewed by the teams. The civil package, design package has been issued for construction, and good news there is both AES and Blue Ridge Power have mobilized to the site. So starting to see some activity there. Key focus activities there include preparing the site for access on the project, as well as erecting a perimeter fence in support of construction activities that are planned to come. Key from a equipment perspective is racking and module delivery is anticipated in the second quarter of 2023. And like Tim had mentioned earlier in his presentation, we do continue to provide updates on the project to both the nearby community and the Saunders County. And as of course, we have project updates information on oppdcommunityconnect.com under the solar part of the project. If you go to one more slide, we got some site pictures going on. Thank you. On the left-hand side is our substation. As mentioned, you're starting to see some structural progress occur there. And then on the right-hand side, mobilization has started with civil work commencing. So a couple pictures of preparation of civil work and site readiness that has started at the site. That'll open it up to if there's any more questions on solar or power with purpose in general.
Anyone? Okay. Seeing none in the room, Megan, I think that does it. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you.
That concludes the other business portion of the agenda. This time, we will reconvene in a closed session to continue discussing near-term generation update. Dr. Wagner, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do. I move that we go into closed session at this time, 2:38 PM, to discuss one topic, near-term generation update. A closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves sensitive utility infrastructure information, confidential cost information, and potential resource acquisition strategies, the disclosure of which would disadvantage the district in future negotiations with potential contractors.
Requires a second? Second.
Director Bachner? Yes. Director Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Director Ford?
Yes.
Director Howard? Yes. Director Moody?
Yes.
Director Spurgeon?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes. Motion to go into closed session, I'm sorry, has passed. The closed session will be limited to discussing near-term generation update. No other votes or board action will be taken.
If you are not scheduled to be involved in this closed session, please exit the WebEx meeting at this time.